Chapter 147. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Feng Kuo asked Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan to make arrangements for their accommodation while he brought Yun Sheng to the Hunters' Guild in Mount Daoi. The people in the Hunters' Guild were very familiar with Feng Kuo. As soon as they met, they laughed and said, "Madman, you're here again. Are you here to observe again?" Recently, there have been a few very good hunting teams that have joined the arena. In the arena of Mount Daoi, there were several reasons for the hunters to come. Some were here to take part in the assessment, some were here to watch the competition and gain experience, and some were here to compete in the arena all year round and earn a lot of money. The 3 members of the Huangting hunting team were in between 1 or 2. They were quite famous among the C-class hunting teams in Mount Daoi. When Feng Kuo and the other 2 had just established the hunting squad, they had madly accepted all kinds of big and small missions within 3 years. From the E-grade hunting squad all the way to the D-grade and C-grade, they had made quite a few trips to the arena. Later, because there was no summoner in the team, they were stuck in the C-class and did not advance in the past 2 or 3 years. Therefore, in the past 1 or 2 years, Feng Kuo brought the team members here mostly to observe and learn some recent information about the hunting world. Seeing a 7 or 8-year-old little girl sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder and walking in together, the people in the hunting branch were a little surprised. The few old hunters present were even more teasing. "Feng Kuo, this is not your daughter. The little girl looks so tender. She doesn't look like you at all." Feng Kuo was in his 30s this year. He looked rough. Yun Sheng's skin was white and tender because of the internal strength she cultivated. When the 2 of them stood together, there was a sharp contrast. Feng Kuo was still single. After being scolded like this, his ears turned red, which was rare. He said in a muffled voice, "A group of blind people. I'm here today to apply for the B-class hunting team's assessment. The little girl is the summoner I found." As soon as he said that, the hunters who were teasing him stared at Yun Sheng in amazement. They could not close their mouths. "Damn, this little girl is a summoner." There were many summoners in Zhou State to begin with. Those who were recognized by the summoner were mostly treated as distinguished guests by the royal family or large hunting groups. Who would have thought that a C-rank hunting group would actually be able to find a summoner? No wonder Feng Kuo looked so happy. Yun Sheng remained calm in the face of the onlookers. She showed her summoning ring to the people from the hunter branch. "It really is a summoner. Good boy, you really found a summoner. However, Feng Kuo, if you really want to let this little baby participate in the competition, it won't be good if something goes wrong." The people from the hunting branch stopped joking and warned Feng Kuo. In the world of hunters, there was no explicit rule on the specific age of hunters. However, there was no doubt that if this child summoner really became a hunter, he would undoubtedly break the record of being the youngest hunter on the continent. The people from the Daoi mountain branch also understood that Feng Kuo was eager to be promoted to a B-rank hunting group. He went crazy and started to harm the seedlings of the continent. Seeing that the surrounding hunters were looking at her as if they were looking down on her, there was no need to mention how depressed Yun Sheng was. Her little lowly body had really given her a lot of trouble. Even Feng Kuo's impression of Yun Sheng's strength was only that Yun Sheng was a summoner who was very talented in medical skills and magic medicine. Yun Sheng did not know that it was precisely because of her age and height that she played an unexpected role in the next few competitions. Feng Kuo laughed loudly. "The little girl is just taking up a spot. I won't let her get hurt at all." If these words were said by someone else, others might not believe it. Fists and feet had no eyes. In the arena, who would care about a little girl? However, the words were said by Feng Kuo, so the weight was different. Feng Kuo was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Whether it was close combat or long-range magic attacks, he was outstanding in both. His strength was enough to defeat any of the captains in the C-grade hunting squad. "Feng Kuo, don't be too confident. The situation these few days is different. In the Daoi Mountain Arena, there are a few foreign teams. There are B rank and C rank, and their strength is not bad. A few local hunting groups have already been defeated. The people from the hunter branch still had a worried look on their faces. Feng Kuo's expression changed when he heard this. Usually, due to the region, the number of local hunters in each hunter citadel was the highest. However, in the past few years, in order to watch the competition, there was a new competition mode between the citadel and the citadel, which was competitive hunters. Most of these hunters were aggressive and liked to challenge each other in different arenas so that they could gain more fame and win more prizes. A group of hunters had come to the Daoi Mountain Citadel a while ago. They came from a few other vassal states and had already created many winning streaks in the arena. When this matter was mentioned, the hunters in the hunter branch all had angry looks on their faces. Although there was competition between hunting groups, that was a matter between the hunters of Zhou State. If they were defeated by the hunters of other countries, it would be a loss of face for Zhou State. Why didn't the other hunting regiments appear when such a thing happened? Feng Kuo also frowned when he heard this. He was also a hot-blooded person. When he encountered such a thing, he naturally couldn't stand it. Zhou State also had a few A-rank hunting regiments. The hunters inside should be able to teach these blind hunters of other countries a lesson. Those challenging hunting teams from other countries are all B-rank and C-rank hunting teams. It's not easy for the A-rank hunting regiments to make a move. The people from the hunter branch side. If the news of the high-level hunters suppressing the hunters of other countries spread, the reputation of the hunters of Zhou State would be ruined. When Feng Kuo heard this, he also fell silent. He was also helpless. This time, his goal was to pass the assessment. Under such circumstances, it was not good to directly pick on a tough nut to crack. Especially with Yunxing present, he had to take into account Yunxing's safety. How could Yunxing not see Feng Kuo's concerns? However, she was a young person, so it was not appropriate for her to express any opinions at this moment. It was better to help the Huangtong hunting team pass the B-rank assessment before making any plans. Complaining was complaining, but the procedures still had to be followed. The hunter branch did not stop Yunxing from going through the membership procedures because of her age. After filling in a place of origin, name, and information about the hunter branch quickly made a hunter badge for Yunxing. It was marked E on it. This symbolized that Yunxing had officially become an E-rank hunter. Boss Feng, I want to go to the market alone to take a look. After Yunxing and Feng Kuo walked out of the hunter branch, Yunxing took the initiative to take a look at the market with Xiao He. The market in Inaba Mountain was near the hunter branch. That's good too. It's almost the new year, so the market must be very lively. Remember that the inn we're staying at is northeast of the market. Come back early. Feng Kuo was not worried that Yunxing would encounter any trouble in the city. No one would dare to cause trouble in the hunter branch's citadel. The strength of the citadel's patrol team was very shocking. Yunxing agreed, then took Xiao He and ran to the market as if they were flying. Feng Kuo was deep in thought. He decided that after returning to the inn, he would talk to Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan about the hunters of other countries. Chapter 148. Mount Daoi was the largest hunter citadel in the southern border of Zhou State. It was right next to the neighboring country, later Qin. Among the 5 great vassal states of the Boundless Land, later Qin and Zhou State were both martial states. Both states had martial sages holding the fort. As a result, the two states often clashed with each other. Although there were no diplomatic wars or conflicts, all kinds of small conflicts and bandits occurred frequently at the border. In order to stabilize the border, the hunter citadel came into being. On one hand, the hunters accepted all kinds of missions to suppress bandits. On the other hand, if there were conflicts among the hunters, they would be settled in the arena. As a result, the southern border became relatively stable. However, at the same time, there was an unavoidable consequence. Neither Zhou State nor later Qin interfered with the management of the hunter citadel. In front of the bloodthirsty and warlike hunters, the soldiers and border guards could only turn a blind eye. The security of the hunter citadel was completely controlled by the hunter citadel's guards organized by the hunter citadel. Yun Xing bade farewell to Feng Kuo and brought Xiao He to the market. Along the way, they met many hunters and merchants from later Qin. One could tell at a glance whether they were from later Qin or not. The citizens of Zhou State were similar to the Asian countries like Country Z where Yun Sheng was from in her previous life. They all had yellow skin, black hair, and were of average build. Later Qin people were closer to the people of Northern Caucasus. They had brown hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, tall build, fair skin, and deep facial features. After Yunxing entered the market, she immediately put on the illusion earring to hide her appearance. She still had 10,000 gold coins that she won from the Wanlong gambling house. Together with the money she earned from selling medicine, she had some savings. When she passed by a magic scroll shop, Yunxing walked in to see if there were any magic scrolls that she could learn. Yunxing planned to return to the Jade Capital to raise her level as a sorcerer after helping Feng Kuo and the others complete the hunter team assessment. She had already learned Fire Element Intermediate Magic and Earth Element Magic. If it was possible, she wanted to learn Wind Element and Water Element Intermediate Magic as well. The layout of the magic scroll shop was very similar to that of a normal bookstore. However, the bookshelves were filled with magic scrolls made of different animal skins. Seeing that a customer had arrived, a magician came forward to welcome her. Looking at the badge on his chest, he was an archmage. After hearing that Yun Sheng wanted to buy water and wind intermediate magic scrolls, the magician couldn't help but take a few more glances at Yun Sheng. Even with the illusion earrings, it wasn't hard to tell that she was a young, new magician just by listening to her voice and the magician's badge on her. Esteemed customer, the price of magic scrolls are not cheap. Just a scroll that has the ability to confuse water magic, Eye of Fog, costs as much as 9,000 gold coins. The scroll shop owner kindly reminded Yunsheng. He saw that although Yunsheng was young, her speech was very steady. Furthermore, there was a small dog beside her. That small dog wasn't an ordinary beast, but a battle pet. To be able to raise a battle pet, she must have some background. 9,000 gold coins. This price truly shocked Yunsheng. Originally, she had thought that she was already a rich woman. Who knew that the price of a magic scroll would be so high? Yunxing didn't know that the drawing of a magic scroll was very complicated. It required the skin of a magic beast that was mid-level or above, special beast blood, and a special method to refine it. Naturally, the price was not cheap. Then I'll take a water magic scroll. It's best if it's a water magic that has a certain level of defense. Yunsheng had no choice but to settle for the second best. She had already received the blessing of the wind spirit. In terms of movement and evasion, there wasn't much of a problem. Yunsheng had occasionally heard her tutor mention the cultivation of a multi-elemental magic soul in magic classes. It emphasized balance and couldn't deviate from any one element. Otherwise, the overall strength of a magician would be like a wooden barrel with a missing board. They would always be half-baked. However, although cultivating a multi-elemental magic sounded easy, it was actually very difficult to put it into practice. This was also why, although a magician with a multi-elemental magic soul had an innate advantage, most of them would specialize in one element. Currently, among Yunxing's 5 main elements, fire magic was the strongest, followed by the dark thorns that she had just learned. After that, it was earth magic and wind magic. Water magic was the weakest. However, Yunxing didn't want to buy the Eye of Fog that had the ability to confuse enemies. Because she already had Xiao He. Xiao He's swallowing the sky battle technique caused the entire screen to turn black. It was much more effective than the Eye of Fog. Or you can use Blizzard Sky. That's a large-scale attack mid-level water magic. The scroll owner still enthusiastically recommended. Yunxing still shook her head. A large-scale attack spell sounded very cool. However, with her current magical power, she was afraid that her magical power would be depleted after just one use. When facing an enemy, she wouldn't have time to use meditation water to recover. In the end, Yunxing chose a mid-level spell called Water Binding. This mid-level spell could transform water magic elements into a snake-like magical vapor to restrict the movements of the enemy. The scroll for the mid-level spell Water Binding costs 10,000 gold coins. If you buy it now, I can give you a discount. 9,500 gold coins will do. The magician was all smiles after making a deal. Yunxing felt the pinch, but she still took out the Empire's purple gold card and paid the money. While waiting for the shop owner to deal with Yunxing's transaction, a man who had been looking for magic scrolls at the side came over. He opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, are you buying magic scrolls?" The shop owner raised his head and glanced at him. This man wasn't a magician. He looked like a villager from the nearby village. "I'm buying." "What kind of magic scroll is it? Is it a beginner or mid-level magic scroll?" The shop owner asked as usual. Unexpectedly, the man scratched his head and said vaguely, "I'm not sure." "Take a look and see what kind of scroll it is." Hearing his words, the shop owner couldn't take it anymore. "Man, let me make it clear first. I don't buy scrolls of unknown origin." The shop owner's words meant that he was a little suspicious of the young man's unknown origin. After all, the other party was neither a magician nor a warrior. Where did he get the magic scroll from? "Boss, don't worry. I found this scroll when I was planning to go to the ancestral house. My family was so poor that they couldn't afford to eat, so I took it out to sell. Take a look." The man said and stuffed the magic scroll into the shop owner's hands. Yunxing took back the Empire's purple gold card and wasn't in a hurry to leave. She also took a look at the young man's magic scroll. It seemed to be a nameless magic scroll. But as an experienced magic scroll merchant, the shop owner still looked at the young man's magic scroll. After looking at it, the shop owner shook his head. "This magic scroll isn't worth much. It's just the most basic earth magic, Earth Spike. 100 gold coins. Sell it or not." Chapter 149. When the man heard this, he refused to sell. "Why is it only worth 100 gold coins? She spent 9,000 gold coins on an intermediate magic scroll just now. A beginner magic scroll should cost at least 1,000 gold coins. How can you cheat her?" This man was not as simple as he looked. He was not a magician and did not know the exact market price of magic scrolls. When he had approached the magic shop, he had pretended to observe for a long time until Yunxing had sold an intermediate magic scroll at a high price. Only then did he ask. The owner of the magic scroll was unhappy. He could tell that the man's magic scroll must have come from a shady background. Opening a magic scroll shop in the Hunter's Citadel was not allowed to embezzle illegal goods. Moreover, the other party was just an ordinary person, yet he dared to question a magician's judgment. Any magician, even a magic apprentice, knew that there was a huge difference between beginner and intermediate magic. To advance from a magic apprentice to a magician's servant, one only needed to apply to join a temple and they could learn beginner magic under the guidance of the temple's high priest. The magic scroll that the man brought over was made of the worst quality animal skin, and it indeed recorded earth spikes. The second beginner magic that Yunxing learned was earth spikes. This kind of basic beginner magic was not expensive to begin with. 100 gold coins was already very fair. Go, go, go. If you don't want to sell it, then get out. Don't interfere with my business. Seeing the boss's disdainful expression, the young man was annoyed. However, no matter how angry he was, he did not dare to challenge a magician. He grabbed the magic scroll and stormed out of the magic scroll shop in a huff. Yunsheng saw this and quickly followed him out. When they reached a secluded area, the man heard someone following behind him and became alert. "It's you. Why are you following me?" The man turned around and saw that it was the spendthrift little girl from the shop just now. He knew that Yunsheng had a lot of money on her and could not help but have evil intentions. He wanted to take the opportunity to rob Yunsheng, but at this moment, Yunsheng calmly took out her magic scepter and pointed it at him. He could only give up on the idea. "Brother, can you let me take a look at your magic scroll?" Yunsheng had seen the magic scroll at the counter just now. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that this coarse-looking magic scroll wasn't as simple as the scroll shop owner had said. Seeing that the other party was interested in his magic scroll, the man hurriedly took out a magic scroll and said, "That shop owner's taste is too bad. This scroll must be something good. I spent a lot of effort to get it." Yunsheng opened the magic scroll and looked at it. At first glance, it seemed that the magic scroll shop owner's judgment was correct. It was the skin of the lowest grade of magical beast, and it was impossible for it to be used to record any high-level magic. The beast blood on it had long dried up and faded. Yunsheng touched the magic scroll with her finger, and a golden light flashed through her pitch-black eyes. A weak, almost imperceptible mana leaked out from the magic scroll. Yunsheng felt that this feeling was somewhat familiar. This was the mana of darkness. How could a magic scroll have the mana of darkness? Yunsheng thought to herself, but she was sure that this magic scroll, at least on the surface, was the most basic earth spike magic scroll. How is it? This is definitely something good. It has at least a few hundred years of history. Look, the animal skin is still in good condition. It hasn't been weathered, and the writing on it is still quite clear. The man saw some hope from Yunsheng's reaction. "Uncle, this is indeed the most basic magic scroll. The magic recorded on it isn't very valuable, but this scroll has a very long history. My father likes to collect ancient things. If you are willing, I can buy this scroll for 200 gold coins." Yunsheng didn't show too much excitement. As she spoke, she glanced at the man in front of her again. At the same time, she quietly activated the dark magic soul in her body. Once the dark magic soul was activated, Yunsheng's perception of the mana of darkness greatly increased. As she expected, she quickly sensed a large amount of mana of darkness from the man's body. It wasn't a good thing for an ordinary person to have the mana of darkness on them. He either received a curse from a dark magician, or he believed in some dark demonic god. It was very clear that the man in front of her couldn't believe in any dark demonic god. Then there was only one possibility left. He received a curse from a dark magician. Yunsheng looked at the bottom of his feet. There was still some golden, wet soil. This kind of soil was most commonly seen on the continent's tombs. Yunsheng finally understood why she felt the mana of darkness on a magic scroll. Grave robber. The man in front of her who was selling the magic scroll was definitely a grave robber. It was very likely that he had robbed the grave of a former dark magician and obtained this magic scroll. Yunsheng's guess was right. This man in shabby clothes was really a grave robber. He specialized in digging and robbing all kinds of graves in the border areas where the border guards were weak. Just the day before yesterday, he accidentally found a tomb. The tomb looked quite large, but the infuriating thing was that there was nothing valuable in it. There was only a piece of paper that looked like waste paper. In the line of grave robbers, it was taboo to return empty-handed. He had no choice but to take out that magic scroll. Later on, a fellow with good eyesight said that it was a magic scroll and that it could be sold for a lot of money in the market of Hunter Citadel. He took the magic scroll and went to Mount Daoi. He spent a lot of money on the way here. He thought that it was useless to bring the magic scroll back. 200 gold coins was double the price. 200 gold coins it is. The grave robber sighed and handed the magic scroll to Yunsheng. "Uncle, if you have time, go to the temple and pray for blessings. You should wash your hands of the business you're doing as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one person suffers, 3 generations will suffer." Yunsheng calmly reminded the grave robber after she received the magic scroll. Then, she cast the levitation spell and left. Although tomb raiding was a crime against good karma, it was not a crime that deserved death. The only place that could remove dark magic was the Temple of Dharma. That was all she could do to help. The grave robber who was counting the gold coins was stunned. Could it be that this little girl had guessed his identity? He was about to ask when he looked around. The little girl was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he had seen a ghost? The grave robber was so shocked that the gold coins fell to the ground. After a while, he remembered Yunsheng's words. He picked up the gold coins and ran towards the temple in the city. Chapter 150. After Yunsheng obtained the magic scroll, she was not in the mood to stay in the market any longer. She returned to the inn where Huang Ting was. With Wenren Qiu, who loved to enjoy life, the room in the inn was very comfortable. Yunsheng opened the magic scroll. She thought for a moment, then took out a bottle of meditation water and poured it on the magic scroll. If any magic apothecary on the continent were to see this, they would surely curse Yunsheng endlessly. The precious meditation water was actually wasted like this. Yunsheng used the meditation water because she remembered that there was a special herb called withered butterfly vine in the meditation water. This herb had an ingredient that could melt the blood of beasts. She suspected that this magic scroll was the legendary Axis scroll. In the magician's world, magic scrolls were the most important tool for learning magic. There were also so-called official magic scrolls and civilian magic scrolls. The so-called official magic scrolls were produced by the temple or the country. The civilian magic scrolls were produced by some magicians. Most of them did not have a specific production method, and one of them was called Axis scroll. It was said that the earliest Axis scroll was invented by dark magicians. In order to pass down dark magic without being discovered by the temple or the country, they used the appearance of ordinary magic scrolls to hide some of the magic inside. Previously, Yunsheng could not see through this magic scroll with her Shenong eye, but she could see that this magic scroll's animal skin was not simple. It was actually a 100-year-old beast skin that had been tie-dyed with a special technique. From the outside, it looked like the coarsest magic beast skin. It was also because of its appearance that the magic scroll shop owner missed it. Otherwise, even if this Axis scroll really did contain dark magic, the scroll shop owner could sell it privately to some magicians who had a special interest in dark magic. The price would not be low. Think about it. How could a 100-year-old beast hide only record a beginner-level spell like Earth Spike? A layer of white powder floated on the surface of the magic scroll that was dipped in eagle-eye grass. The magic beast blood had also melted. A brand new piece of animal skin was revealed from the tattered animal skin. As expected, a new type of magic was recorded on it. That magic was not dark magic. Disguise magic. Yunsheng read the magic runes on it and found that it was a strange magic that she had never heard of on the continent. It didn't belong to any magic attribute that Yunsheng knew, but its function was very magical. According to the mage who made this magic scroll, he himself was a wind elemental mage. Once, he accidentally discovered this kind of magical magic. To use this kind of magic, one only needed to use a little bit of magic elements. The principle of this magic was similar to Yunsheng's illusion ear studs. They were both used to hide one's true appearance, but it was much more useful than the illusion ear studs. It could allow the user to transform into a man, woman, old, or young at will. Even the clothes and voice could be changed accordingly. It was too magical. This was Yunsheng's first impression when she saw the disguise magic. In Yunsheng's opinion, this spell was much more practical than intermediate spells such as Misty Eyes. It was a must-have spell for killing and robbing. However, there was also a record at the back of the magic scroll. After the mage who invented the disguise magic understood this kind of magic, he excitedly went to the Temple of Magic. According to the rules of the continent's magic world, the magic attribute of a new magic spell could only be officially appraised after it was approved by the Temple of Magic. Who knew that after the local Temple of Magic saw the disguise magic, they reprimanded the mage for not doing his job properly and doing things like bandits. They even stripped the mage of his right to be a mage and banished him from the Temple of Magic. That magician was depressed because of this. In the end, he could only use a special method to hide this magic scroll and die miserably with this magic scroll that was not recognized by the world. His descendants buried the scroll with him in the tomb. Before the mage died, he thought that this magic spell of his would disappear from the world forever. He didn't expect that it would end up in Yun Sheng's hands today. This was also why the disguise magic did not have a specific magic attribute and classification. What was even more gratifying was that the disguise magic could be upgraded. It was also divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. At the beginner level, one could change into one or two states at will. One could also change one's voice and appearance, but it could only be used once a day. At the intermediate level, one could change one's appearance, voice, and appearance multiple times within a day. At the advanced level, one could even use the disguise magic to transform into any person or magical beast. Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel sorry for the sorcerer. She couldn't believe that the sorcerer was being treated like child's play. The ancestors planted trees to provide shade for the descendants. If I had known earlier, I would have asked the grave robber for the location of the mage's tomb and paid my respects to that mage's tomb. Yun Sheng couldn't help but sigh. After chanting the disguise magic, Yun Sheng transformed from a 6 or 7-year-old child into a 15-year-old girl. Just like what was recorded in the magic scroll, Yun Sheng's appearance, clothes, and voice were no different from a 15-year-old girl under the effects of the disguise magic. After learning the beginner disguise magic, Yun Sheng would be able to completely get rid of the predicament she was facing. Although the illusion ear studs could blur her appearance, it couldn't change her body shape and voice. This way, she would still be easily exposed. However, the disguise magic didn't have this problem at all. Learning this kind of magic was much easier than learning the 2 intermediate-level magic spells recorded in the magic scroll. Yun Sheng even specially used the disguise magic to look like a young girl and walked around the inn. During this time, she even met Feng Kuo and Wenren Xiu in the inn. The two of them stared blankly at Yun Sheng, who didn't react at all when she walked past them. As the two of them discussed, Yun Sheng occasionally heard words like later Qin, bully, and teach them a lesson. Yun Sheng guessed that the content of their conversation must be related to the foreign hunting team mentioned in the hunting branch. However, the disguise magic wasn't invincible. At least, Yun Sheng's 2 battle beast companions, Xiao He and Puffed Egg, could clearly recognize Yun Sheng. Magical beasts had a sharper sense of smell than humans. Another point was that no matter how Yun Sheng changed, the magic wave on her body would still not change. However, this was enough. Yun Sheng planned to use the disguise magic again when she was alone in the future. This lost magic would become one of her trump cards to defeat her enemies, just like the profound magic thunder explosion. Yun Sheng didn't expect that gold would shine. This lost magic that had been wrong for hundreds of years would become one of the most legendary magic spells in the continent because of her in the long years that followed. It would also be recorded in the continent's magic history forever. Chapter 151. By the time Yun Sheng finished her deep meditation, the sky was already bright. Huang Ting's hunting team would head to the hunter branch this morning to participate in the first round of the B-grade hunting team assessment. According to the mainland's rules for the advancement of hunters, regardless of whether it was a personal competition or a team competition, they had to challenge 5 hunters of the same level. The 5-round challenge system would be based on 3 wins and 2 losses. After passing the challenge, they had to challenge 1 B-grade hunter. Only then would they pass the assessment. The hunter branch would select the corresponding hunting team according to the number of members who signed up for the advancement assessment. Huang Ting's team did not care about the challenge of a C-grade hunting team at all. After all, they were among the top 10 C-grade hunting teams in Zhou State. However, due to the addition of hunting teams from other countries, the situation in the arena had become unstable. There were several other hunting teams from Zhou State participating in the assessment as well. As they were all old acquaintances, they greeted each other as soon as they entered the hunter branch and waited for their respective teams for the first round of the assessment. Not long after Yun Sheng and the others entered the hunter branch, there was a rumbling sound. The sound was as if someone was about to break out of the ground. Several hunting squads from other countries walked in. The moment those hunting squads walked in, the entire branch of the Hunter Association seemed to be cramped and crowded all of a sudden. When Yun Sheng was in Zhou State, she had always thought that Feng Kuo's body was very tall. However, as soon as these later Qin hunting teams came in, Feng Kuo's body suddenly became normal. There were 3 hunting teams that entered the door. One team had 5 people, and the other 2 teams had 4 people. The hunting team with 5 people was the most eye-catching because all of them had snow-white skin and golden hair. Their faces were also extraordinarily delicate, as if they were carved out of ice. The remaining 2 teams were hunting teams from later Qin. In the hunting team that entered the door first, Feng Kuo's average height was no less than 2 meters. He looked like 4 moving towers just by standing there. The 4 of them were wearing black iron armor. Each piece of the armor weighed at least 20 kilograms. The entire set of armor, including the leggings, weighed at least 100 kilograms. A ferocious beast head was engraved on the chest of the armor. If it were a magician, he would have been crushed into meat paste. However, when this group of people walked in, their steps were orderly and their breathing was steady. Obviously, they were warriors who had undergone strict training. Fighting against this kind of hunting squad, close combat was undoubtedly a dead end. In the hunter branch, except for Huang Teng and a few others, the rest of the hunter teams had a slight change of expression. It was very likely that the hunting teams that stood together today would all meet in the arena later. The opponent's aura was so terrifying that it had already frightened some of the teams that were mainly made up of magicians. The later Qin Blackguard hunting team was a new hunting team made up of 4 brothers with the same surname, Heida, Hei'er, Heisan, and Heici. There were 3 warriors and 1 beast summoner in the team. The remaining 3 were all-around martial grandmaster. Their close combat abilities were especially outstanding. Wenren Xiu quietly told the 3 of them about the origins of this hunting team. Wenren Xiu was Huang Teng's informant. Before she returned to the inn yesterday, she had asked around at the places where hunting teams often gathered. She learned about the hunting teams that had entered and exited Mount Daoi recently. The Blackguard hunting team could be said to be in the limelight recently. This is the hunting team of Zhou State. Since when did the threshold of being a hunter become so low? If it wasn't for the hunting badge on your body, I would have thought that you were ants that couldn't even withstand a single blow. The group of black-armored hunters let out ear-piercing laughter. What they meant was that the hunters of Mount Daoi's hunter branch were too weak. But at this moment, no one dared to fight back. These black demons were very famous in the city. It was said that they had been in Mount Daoi for a month. Half a month ago, they had just passed the C-class hunting team's assessment. But after half a month, they came to challenge the B-class hunting team's assessment. All 5 D-class hunting teams and 1 C-class hunting team that were challenged by them were either dead or injured. Moreover, all of them were disabled. Their fierce reputation had already spread in Mount Daoi. However, since everyone had already signed the life and death exemption letter when they were taking the hunter assessment, the hunter branch could only suffer in silence. Mu Nanyan was the most hot-tempered one. Hearing that, she was about to lose her temper. Boss Feng, they are also the hunters of later Qin. If it weren't for the fact that they were wearing hunter badges, would have thought that they were wild boars from the forest. The four of them look exactly the same as the golden rhinoceros boar in our mountain. They even walk the same way, making the ground squeak. A naive and tender voice sounded out in an inappropriate manner. The faces of the black hunters who had spoken earlier were almost as black as the bottom of a burnt pot. After being reminded by Yun Sheng, everyone realized that the four black hunters didn't look like ordinary later Qin people. Their foreheads were narrow, their noses were long, and they had buck teeth. Together with their overly developed limbs, they were really no different from the clumsy golden rhinoceros boar. Looking at the person who spoke, it was a little girl with a delicate face. Among the 5 blonde hunters standing at the side, a female hunter with a charming face giggled. "You're courting death. Where did this little girl come from? How dare you provoke us?" Black 3 jumped out and swept his iron claws toward Yun Sheng. Feng Kuo reacted faster than Black 3. When he heard Yun Sheng's words, he already knew that the black hunters wouldn't let it go. He lifted Yun Sheng and placed her firmly on his shoulder. He waved the magic scepter in his hand and a mountain rose from the ground, blocking Black 3's attack. At the same time, Wenren Qiu and Mu Nanyan also moved. Both of them pulled out their magic scepters at the same time and started chanting. Suddenly, all kinds of magic elements gathered in the hunter branch and collided with each other. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Black 3, others may be afraid of you, but our Huangting Hunter squad isn't. You're a revered martial artist and you want to bully a young summoner. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid that your Black Hunter squad won't be able to establish itself in the industry. Feng Kuo's eyes turned sharp. Huangting Hunter squad, you're lunatic. He's Icy Prince Wenren Qiu and Fiery Third Lady Mu Nanyan. The Black who seemed to have come prepared. They had long heard of the strongest team in the sea-level hunting squad, Huangting. However, they had received news earlier that Huangting didn't have a summoner, so there was no way to advance. They didn't expect that they would find a summoner. However, this little, reckless, girl in front of them was their summoner. Chapter 152. She was too young and too reckless. This time, the Huangting hunting squad was going to be defeated by this little summoner. At the same time, several Zhou state hunting squads, including the members of the hunting squad, broke out in a cold sweat for the Huangting hunting squad. Madman Feng Kuo, Ice and Snow Prince Wenren Qiu, and Fiery Third Lady Mu Nanyan were all top-notch figures in the great Zhou dynasty's hunting world. Their combat power was strong, and they had Feng Kuo, who was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, as their leader. The hunting team formed by the 3 of them could definitely rank in the top 3 among all the C-class hunting teams. But in order to advance, they found a little summoner who was obviously not strong enough and not smart enough. Although she was young, she offended the Black Valiant hunting squad as soon as she opened her mouth. If they met in the arena, the narrow-minded Black 3 and the others would definitely pressure her. In the arena, fists and feet had no eyes. Life and death were determined by fate. This little summoner would definitely be a burden. If anyone dares to touch Yan Yun, I, Wenren Qiu, will be the first to not let him off. As Wenren Qiu spoke, his dazzling face was shrouded in a murderous aura. At this moment, he revealed the aura of the Icy Prince. Mu Nanyan also echoed, I don't mind letting the person who provoked me have a taste of my magic. Under the pressure of many magic scepters, the Black Valiant hunting squad did not dare to move for a while. Tisk, TSK, TSK. How can these people be so stingy? They took a cute little girl's childish words seriously. Don't tell me some people have really turned into pigs because of her words. The golden-haired female hunter who was the first to burst into laughter clicked her tongue in wonder. She walked gracefully in front of Black 3 and Feng Kuo. With a wave of her hand, Feng Kuo's magic mound disappeared. Feng Kuo could not help but change his expression. The other two members of the hunting squad were also shocked. The female hunting squad member was dressed in a slender emerald green robe. Her blonde hair was like the sun in the sky. Her facial features were perfect and flawless. She casually moved in front of Yunsheng and unceremoniously pinched Yunsheng's face. Yunsheng tried to dodge, but the huntress seemed to have expected it. She changed her hand gesture and pinched Yunsheng's pink cheeks accurately. "Little girl, she looks like a glutinous rice ball." "Sigh, I say, Captain, why don't we find a lowly summoner? She's so soft when we hug her at night." The lowly's body also exudes the fragrance of herbs. The young girl's eyes were glowing at this moment. She wished she could snatch Yunsheng from Feng Kuo's hands, hug her tightly, and ravage her fiercely. Hearing her words, Yunsheng felt goosebumps all over her body. The captain of the golden-haired hunter squad showed a bitter expression. "Divine Wind, don't forget, you are our summoner." "Oh. I almost forgot, so I'm a summoner." Seeing her careless appearance, the captain of the hunting squad could not stand it anymore. He pulled a long face and dragged the rascal back. Before leaving, the blonde female hunting squad member did not forget to enthusiastically wave at Yunsheng. "Little lowly, my name is Divine Wind. I'm from the Immortal Jew country. I belong to the Immortal Jew country's tyrannical soul hunting squad. You must work hard in the next hunting squad assessment." The Immortal Jew country's hunting squad was another hunting squad from another country. However, compared to the hunting squad from later Qin, this hunting squad called Immortal Jew country could be considered a handsome and beautiful hunting squad. Every member's skills were not bad. Even with Yunsheng's current Shen-known pupil, she was actually unable to see through the other party's cultivation, especially that female hunter called Divine Wind. Her move just now, she couldn't tell if it was a spell or a battle technique, but it directly broke Feng Kuo's intermediate earth magic. Her strength was very likely the strongest among the tyrant souls. Such a hunting squad was actually participating in the B-rank hunting squad assessment. However, the other party was a 5-member hunting squad and would not directly clash with Huang Teng. Yunsheng rubbed her cheeks. Was that guy a woman? His strength was not small. After being interrupted, the Black Valiant hunting squad's arrogance was suppressed by the hunting squad from the Immortal Jew country. The other hunting squads stood at the side, waiting for the hunting squad's arrangements. "Little Sheng, are you okay?" Wenren Xiu looked carefully at Yunsheng. Just now, that Immortal Jew country's hunting squad member had acted very quickly. He was completely caught off guard and allowed the hunting squad member to take liberties with Yunsheng. How despicable. Even he had pinched Yunsheng's face. "I'm fine." That person did not have any hostility. Yunsheng wanted to say that not only did she not have any hostility, but she also seemed to feel a sense of familiarity and closeness from Divine Wind. She was just a stranger. How could she have such a feeling? Yunsheng was puzzled. But why does everyone here seem to be afraid of that Immortal Jew country's hunting squad? Yunsheng was very observant. She noticed that even the Black Valiant hunting squad did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of the Immortal Jew country's hunting squad. Because that is a hunting squad from the Immortal Jew country. You have not been to the Immortal Jew country. Blonde is a mixed blood from the Immortal Jew country. That hunting squad is not simple. And that Divine Wind, don't be fooled by her beautiful appearance. Although Wenren Xiu was a womanizer and liked beautiful women, he did not dare to have any ideas about the mixed blood from the Immortal Jew country. What do you mean? Isn't the Immortal Jew country also one of the 5 great vassal states? What's the difference between them and Zhou state and later Qin? Yunsheng had only been in the Boundless Land for 6 years and in the Jade Capital for 1 year. Although she had learned some knowledge of the mainland through reading and classes, she did not know much about the other regions and countries of the mainland. The Immortal Jew country was the furthest from Zhou state among the 5 great vassal states and 1 capital. People from the immortal Jew country were rarely seen in Zhou state. The immortal Jew country is also known as the descendants of the elves. Their imperial court is built on a sky divination tower. In the immortal Jew country, there are humans and mixed bloods. Humans are no different from ordinary people. However, mixed bloods are different. Most of them have elven blood. Among them, the summoners are said to be able to summon combat elves. When Wenren Xiu was young, he had traveled all over the mainland because of his family's arrangements. He had been to the immortal Jew country before and could not forget what he had seen and heard there. I also heard that the mixed bloods from the immortal Jew country have a special characteristic. Most of them are indescribably beautiful. They only reach adulthood at the age of 20. Before they reach adulthood, they are not differentiated by gender. Mu Nanyan did not have a good impression of divine wind. Can summon elves. Not differentiated by gender. This completely subverted Yun Sheng's values. She finally understood why no hunting squad in the hunter branch dared to have a direct confrontation with the immortal Jew country's hunting squad. The elves were an extraordinary existence second only to the gods. Chapter 153. After the conflict between He Hu and Huang Teng, in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, the hunter branch sped up the process and quickly arranged the teams for the first day. Huang Teng and He Hu, who disliked each other, did not meet in the first round. Huang Teng's first opponent was a sea-level sacred armor hunter team from Yujing district of Zhou state. The 4 members of the team were a summoner, 2 warriors, and a mage. However, before that, He Hu hunter team would fight against a hunter team from the northwest of Zhou state. In order to increase Yun Sheng's experience, Feng Hua and the other 3 came to the arena of Mount Daoi earlier to watch the match between He Hu and the trench hunter team. In the arena of Mount Daoi, there were mainly several types of competitions. One was purely for spectators, and the other was the hunter assessment competition, which was set up for the hunter assessment. The first type of competition was for spectators. Ordinary people and hunters had to buy tickets to watch the match. Most of the people who participated in the competition were hunters who made a living from the prize money. According to the seats, the price of each ticket ranged from 5 gold coins to 500 gold coins. Of course, there were some seats in the arena that could not be bought with gold coins. Those seats were for aristocrats or famous hunting groups to watch the competition. There was another type of competition, the hunter assessment. It was a competition that was used to test the hunter's abilities. The scale was much smaller than the spectator competition, but it was much more exciting than the spectator competition. The hunter assessment was also divided into individual and team competitions. At the same time, it was also known as the cradle of hunting and poaching. It was just like the popular sports such as football or basketball in the world where Yun Sheng lived in her previous life. Many talented hunters would be selected by large hunting groups or countries to be specially trained as mercenary hunters. The arena of the hunter assessment was arranged in the sub-arena of the arena of Mount Daoi. As long as one had a hunter badge and paid 10 gold coins, they could enter the arena to watch the competition. Those who participated in the assessment competition on that day could also enjoy a 20% discount. At the same time, the victory of a hunter in the arena would also be counted as a hunter's points in the hunter's level assessment. Compared to some hunting missions that took months to complete, the hunting tournament, which lasted from half an hour to several days, had become a shortcut for many hunters to level up. Yun Sheng had just become a hunter not long ago. She was only an E-class hunter, but if she participated in the hunter competition, as long as she won 30 E-class competitions in a row, she would be able to become a D-class hunter. However, Yun Sheng did not do so. She had come here to help Huang Teng. Feng Hua was a very good captain, but this did not mean that Yun Sheng was really willing to submit to others. Furthermore, Huang Teng was already famous, and she wasn't willing to be sheltered by his fame. She had even secretly planned that after this hunter selection tournament ended and she returned to the Jade Capital, she could consider asking Gufeng and Abandon to form a small hunting team to play with. However, if anyone thought that it was easy to get through the hunting tournament, he would be very wrong. Yun Sheng was in Mount Dao yesterday, so she did not visit the arena. Today, when she arrived at the arena, she was deeply shocked by the huge stone arena in front of her. It was a field-shaped building similar to the ancient Roman buildings. The outer wall was close to 50 meters high, and the stones were piled up tightly. Even a knife could not penetrate it. It was said that the defensive power of the arena was very high, enough to withstand the attack of 1,000 beast tide. In the arena, there were 4 main areas: heaven, 500 consecutive winds; earth, 250 consecutive winds; human, 100 consecutive winds, and earth, 30 consecutive winds, as well as 12 sub-arenas. Generally speaking, the hunter assessment competition below B-class would be held in the sub-arenas. Huang Ting's competition would be held in the 8th sub-arena in an hour, and the Black Squad's competition that they were going to watch now would be held in the 11th sub-arena. When Yunxing entered, the competition had just begun. About 500 to 600 hunters were already sitting inside. Most of them were hunters from Zhou State, and there were also a dozen hunters from later Qin. The hunters from Zhou State had the home ground, so they naturally cheered loudly for their own hunting team. Welcome to the Mount Dao Arena. I'm the referee for this competition, Lan Lan, the Wind Magic Master. A woman in a blue satin robe floated in the air. She was about 20 years old, with a delicate appearance and good magic cultivation. While using the levitation spell, she quickly released a sound amplification magic array in the air. Lanlan's voice was amplified several times and fell clearly into the ears of every hunter who was blinded by their hot-bloodedness. The hunters who were originally excited only felt their minds clear up, and the surging blood in their bodies calmed down a lot. Yunxing believed that the female sorcerer named Lan Lan must have added a special kind of calming magic to the sound amplification magic array. It seems that the Mount Dao arena has already prepared. The female sorcerer is a famous healing sorcerer in the Mount Dao area, and she's good at wind-type binding magic. The Black Squad's high casualty rate in the previous battles has already caused public anger in the hunting community of Zhou State. Mu Nanyan took the initiative to be the commentator. The Black Squire hunting squad has appeared. 4 black pagoda-like figures stood in 4 different directions of the arena. The Holy Armor hunting team of Zhou State also entered the arena. Compared to the Black Squad's black armor, the Holy Armor hunting team's light cavalry didn't look very lethal. The Holy Armor hunting team, who had already heard of the Black Squad's reputation, didn't look very good. The hunters outside the arena shouted thunderously, "Slaughter those bastards from later Qin, Holy Armor. Let's fight for the pride of the hunters of Zhou State. Black Squad, get out." Lan Lan made a shushing gesture, and invited the 2 teams to show their strength. The uproar only lasted for a moment, and the 4 Black Squad brothers showed their weapons and magic scepters in unison. Hey De, Martial Honorable, Weapon Battle Axe. Hey Air, Martial Honorable, Weapon Cloud-Piercing Bow. Hey San, Master Magician, Fire Dual Soul Stone. Hey Sea, Beast Summoner. 2 revered martial artists, 1 Master Magician, and 1 Beast Summoner. This black valiant hunter team that almost swept through the D-ranked hunter exam was indeed outstanding. The 4 Holy Armor hunting team members' faces turned even paler after hearing this. If it wasn't for the loud cheers of the hunters of Zhou State, they would have forfeited and left. Their lineup was only 1 Martial Honorable, 1 Master Magician, 1 Great Magician, and 1 Beast Summoner. Yunxing noticed that the beast summoners on both sides didn't summon their beasts immediately. It seemed that, as Fengque had said earlier, the beast summoner's beast was the key to a battle between 2 teams with similar strength. The strength of the beast could directly affect the final result. Of course, there must be a prerequisite, which was that the 2 teams' strength must be similar. Fengque had a bad feeling. He looked at Yun Sheng, who was watching with great interest, and thought to himself that maybe he shouldn't have brought Yun Sheng to watch a battle. Chapter 154. After Lan Lan confirmed that both sides were ready, she shouted, 11th Division, B-Ranked Hunter Team Qualification Test, begin. Just as Lan Lan reminded them, the summoner of the Holy Armor Hunter Team immediately summoned his beast. It was an inconspicuous low-level Tibetan dog. It seemed that the Holy Armor Hunter Team had also found a summoner to make up the numbers. They knew that they were no match for the Black Valiant Hunter Team, but they couldn't easily give up on the hard-earned qualification test. The two mages immediately began to chant, while the only revered warrior in the team guarded the two mages. Unfortunately, the combination of one warrior and two mages obviously couldn't achieve the effect of 1 against 3. On the other hand, the Black Valiant Hunter Team had 2 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 summoner. The 2 mages were just right to cover the other two's chanting. Go! The 4 brothers of the He family didn't put the Holy Armor Hunter Team down. In their eyes, the summoner and mage didn't even bother to use magic or beasts. Their physique was tyrannical. They rushed forward like 4 sharp arrows, instantly tearing apart the defense of the revered warrior. He Da and He Er's muscles bulged. Do Qi erupted from their bodies like a volcano. They used their battle skills at the same time. Do Qi rose from He Da's body. Under the effect of the Do Qi, his body seemed to have grown a few inches taller. He didn't even use a weapon. With a shoulder attack, he smashed the head of the revered warrior. Blood immediately flowed out. He Er didn't show any weakness. Facing the Holy Armor Mage's Earth Spike attack, he relied on his warrior's tyrannical body. His iron fist forcefully went through the Holy Armor Mage's wind wall. His fist went through the chest of the Holy Armor Mage. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Half of the mage's sternum caved in and his body went limp on the ground. Seeing such a situation, the remaining mages and summoners no longer had the heart to continue fighting. They didn't care that they were still in the arena and shouted, "We forfeit, we don't want to compete anymore." Lan Lan just raised her magic scepter and was about to stop the battle. Who knew that He Er had already raised his magic scepter? With 2 rumbling sounds, a purple light flashed in the air like a snake, slashing towards the Beast Master. That Beast Master's head was immediately split in half. Stop! Seeing this, Lan Lan's face turned pale. The magic scepter in her hand immediately shot out a green light. A wind rope shot out from the ground and wrapped around the panic-stricken member of the Holy Armor Hunter Team, sending him out of the arena. Black Squad's hunting squad, don't go too far. The other party had already begged for mercy, but you still killed him. If you don't obey the rules of the arena next time, you will face a ban and heavy fine. You will even be blacklisted in the arena. Lan Lan was so angry that her face turned red. She was a wind magician and was much faster than the average magician. She did not expect He Hu to take the opportunity to kill a few people in front of her. She was really enraged by He Hu's cruelty. The hunter assessment was not an ordinary competition. It was just a competition between peers of the hunter branch. Once there was a winner, it would end. In the spectator seats on the ground, the hunters from Zhou State also quieted down. The battle just now could be considered as an absolute suppression of strength. Although He Hu's methods were ruthless, the shock it caused was undeniable. The Holy Armor Hunter Team, which was qualified to take the assessment as a B-grade hunter team, was swept away like wheat being reaped. The remaining magician was already scared out of his wits. It was unlikely that he would be able to take the assessment again. He Hu's reputation was not inferior even in the B-grade assessment arena. This left a shadow in the hearts of some of the C-grade hunter teams. Then I'll let it go today for the sake of Master Lan Lan. Big He waved his hand and bought a favor from Lan Lan. The 4 of them walked down the arena domineeringly. Big He glanced at the battle beast Tibetan hound in the corner of the arena and smiled maliciously. He clawed out with his 5 fingers and a surge of Do Chi grabbed the cowering Tibetan hound. The Tibetan hound was only a low-level magic beast. It was completely helpless against the Do Chi of a martial saint. Big He crushed the Tibetan hound's skull and cruelly threw it towards the spectator seats. The direction was towards where Yunsheng and the others were. Zhan Zian said that killing was not allowed, but she did not say that killing a battle beast was not allowed. Big He took this opportunity to enrage Huangting's hunter team. "You've gone too far." Mu Nanyan suddenly stood up. Whoosh, a black shadow flashed and the Tibetan hound, which was already on the verge of death, was snatched away by the black shadow. A Xiao He hound with shiny fur snatched the Tibetan hound. The sky-devouring mastiff, the well-deserved king of the canine and wolf clan. Although Xiao He was still young, at this moment, its eyes were shining with anger and it already had the aura of a king. It held its head high and stared at Big He with a pair of golden eyes. It walked in a straight line and circled Big He. Witnessing the Tibetan hound, which was also of the canine bloodline, being seriously injured by the black armored hunter, Xiao He's beast blood was like boiling water, unable to calm down. Another low-level canine beast. Whose battle beast is this? If you don't come out to claim it, don't blame me for killing another one. Big He was dissatisfied. He thought that he could continue with that move, but Huangting's people couldn't help but come forward to find trouble. He whose match for today had already ended, but Huangting's match had not started yet. If they fought privately in the arena, Huangting would probably be disqualified directly. Even if he was not disqualified, it would consume a certain amount of magic power, which would cause some adverse effects to Huangting's next match. Who knew that a battle beast would appear halfway? Although they could not distinguish the rank of the little dog in front of them, but looking at its movements just now, it must be a good battle beast. Moreover, to be able to make a battle beast stay outside the magic space for a long time, it would consume a lot of magic power. The opponent's summoner must be very strong. Xiao He, come back. Unexpectedly, just as the black armored hunter team was thinking of a bad idea, a female battle beast suddenly appeared. The little girl's summoner sitting next to Feng Kuo jumped down from the spectator stand. She was petite, but her body technique was very good. When she landed, she made no sound. Seeing that Yunsheng had gone down, Huangting and the other two followed closely. Xiao He looked at Yunsheng. Although she was a little reluctant, she still picked up the Tibetan hound and walked back to Yunsheng's side. It was her. This battle beast that looked good turned out to be the battle beast of this 6 or 7-year-old child summoner. Huangting's people also knew that Yunsheng was a famous doctor. She should want to save this Tibetan hound. Yunsheng took the Tibetan hound from Xiao He's mouth, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. Yunsheng sighed softly and put her hands on the Tibetan hound's neck. Chapter 155. Behind Yunsheng, Feng Kuo was on guard against the Black Valiant Hunter team. He was also worried that this sudden incident would affect Yunsheng's state in the upcoming competition. After all, she was still a child. The smell of the violent slaughter had yet to disperse, and the bloodstains on the arena had yet to dry. For Yunsheng, who had just become a hunter, this was too cruel. Collapse. It would be best if she collapsed on the spot. The Black Valiant Hunter team secretly thought that if the opponent lost their summoner, they would no longer have the right to participate in the B-level hunter assessment. On the other hand, the Black Valiant Hunter team's faces were full of malice. They couldn't wait for the child summoner to collapse on the spot and wipe out the confidence of the Zhou State hunters. Although C-level to B-level hunters weren't the best in the hunting world, they had the largest number and were the core of a country's hunters. In recent years, Zhou State's national strength had declined. Yun Ba, known as the martial sage of Zhou State, hadn't appeared in front of the world for nearly 8 years. It was rumored that Zhou State warriors were declining. Today, they saw that the Holy Armor Hunter team couldn't withstand a single blow. It seemed that the Zhou State was just so, at this moment, the 11th branch arena was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the little girl summoner. Suddenly, there was a click. The sound was especially clear under the effect of the sound amplification magic array. The Tibetan hound lying on the ground had its neck limp. It was no longer breathing. Yun Sheng's hand loosened. Everyone was stunned. She killed it. There was no collapse or fear. Yun Sheng closed the Tibetan hound's eyes. The Tibetan hound's skull was shattered. The Tibetan hound's vitality was far less than Xiao Hei's. Death was the best outcome for it. Death is also a relief. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I will twist your enemy's neck off like a chicken's neck. As Yunxing spoke, her eyes seemed to glance at the Black Valiant Hunter team. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard those words. So arrogant. It was fucking awesome. This little girl actually said that she wanted to twist off the head of the Black Valiant Hunting Squad's captain, Big Black. When Blackie Da heard this, he immediately exploded. Damned girl, you're courting death. Big Hay was furious. With his cultivation and strength, he had been ridiculed by the same person for 2 days in a row. The other party was just a fledgling hunter. There was no way she could swallow her anger. Just as Haida was about to explode, his gaze was suddenly attracted by Yunxing's eyes. It was pitch black like a well that one could not see through. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Haida only felt a stabbing pain in his head. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Big brother. Hey Air, 3, and 4 behind him thought something was wrong, and hurried forward to support Haida. Ghost girl, what did you do to my big brother? Hey Air was furious. He had never seen his big brother like this. He was sure that Yun Sheng was cheating. He's such a big guy. What can I do? Why, do you still want to be violent? Do you really think that Master Lon Lon is just a decoration? Yun Sheng laughed secretly. It seemed that the effect of her Shen Nong pupil was better for warriors. Shen Nong pupil also had a hypnotic effect. In terms of spiritual resistance, warriors were much worse than mages. Lon Lon immediately intervened between the two parties. At this moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. A tornado rose up from the ground next to the 10th branch arena. In an instant, even the 11th and 9th branch were affected. The walls collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground like crawling insects. The hunters who were still at the scene were in a mess. The crowd dispersed, and no one was in the mood to care about the dispute. Feng Kuo did not say anything. He lifted Yunxing up and sat her on his shoulder. With a few leaps, he dodged the huge stones brought by the tornado. The sky was still as blue as before. There was not the slightest hint of gloominess before the arrival of a tornado. That tornado was very powerful, and there were no signs before it came. The tornado's destructive power was shocking. Fortunately, it only lasted for a short period of time. The tornado quickly rose into the sky and turned into a rolling cloud in the sky. However, its destructive power was undoubtedly shocking. 2 or 3 branch arenas were affected. The arenas and the spectator stands were all destroyed. Some of the spectators who did not have time to escape were crushed under the stones. At this time, the mages in the arena were not in the mood to care about what happened in the arena. A large group of mages rushed over. They worked together to lift the stones and heal the injured. What happened? Wasn't there a competition in the 10th branch arena just now? Why would there be a tornado out of nowhere? The spectators, who had just survived the disaster, were discussing the tornado animatedly. Someone remembered the schedule of today's competition. I remember now. Isn't the Immortal Abodes hunting team competing in the 10th branch arena? Sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder, Yun Sheng, who had the geographical advantage, pointed to the sky. There's someone up there. The tornado's effect had weakened. There was only a small cloud vortex left in the sky. A silhouette was revealed. That person was Divine Wind, who Yunsheng had met in the hunting team's branch earlier. She was standing in the air. Under the sunlight, her half-elf face was almost transparent. On her back, there was a pair of emerald green wind wings. At first glance, she really did look like a wind elf. The wind wings flapped and drew a beautiful emerald green arc. Divine Wind landed on the ground. As soon as she saw Yunsheng, a dazzling smile appeared on her face. "Little lowly, I knew you were here. I heard your voice in the arena next door. In order to see you, I directly overturned the wall." Yunsheng's little face stiffened. She did not know if she was telling the truth. "Divine Wind, you're too presumptuous. You destroyed 3 branch arenas and injured 50 to 60 hunters. The opponent's hunting team did not even have a corpse left. Lon Lon led the magicians and hunters in the arena and swarmed forward. They had already asked about the situation in the 10th arena. All of this was caused by Divine Wind alone. As soon as she said this, the hunters in the arena were in an uproar. What a good, not even a corpse left, what a good, destroyed 3 branch arenas. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Today, the hunters who bought the admission tickets could be said to be worth the price of the ticket. At this moment, there was only one sentence in every hunter's heart. Wasn't this too cruel? In this day and age, how did hunters become such a high-risk profession? They were simply more desperate than desperados. No one would have thought that the tyrannical soul hunting team's methods were several times more cruel than the Black Valiant hunting team. Chapter 156. What a good Divine Wind. Just for the sake of meeting a person, she destroyed 3 sub-battlefields. Because of this, the arena had no choice but to change the competition schedule. As soon as the competition ended, the tyrannical soul hunting team faced a high compensation from the arena as well as a 3-match ban. The captain of the tyrannical soul hunting team apologized, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. On the other hand, the troublemaker Divine Wind didn't have any self-awareness. He enthusiastically shouted at Yunsheng, "Little lowly, your competition is about to start. I'll come over to support you later." Before he could finish speaking, the captain of the tyrannical soul hunting team grabbed him by the collar and forcibly dragged him out. When Divine Wind was dragged away, the hunters on the side all had a secretive look on their faces. That tornado just now had thoroughly revealed the strength of the tyrannical soul hunting team. Not to mention that tornado, just the wind wings that Divine Wind used to fly in the air just now were much more advanced than the levitation technique. The wind wings' shape was lifelike. There were 2 ways to form them, magic wings and do-chi wings. Do-chi wings required at least the cultivation level of a martial ancestor. If it was elemental wings, then one had to at least be a sky magician. At this moment, if you casually asked any hunting team which team they were most unwilling to fight, it would definitely be the tyrannical soul hunting team and the black tiger hunting team. In any case, the black tiger hunting team would at least leave their bodies intact. If they were unlucky enough to fall into the hands of Divine Wind, then it was very likely that not even a bit of bones would be left. The tyrannical soul hunting team was suspended for 3 days. During these 3 days, the 5-man hunting teams were endlessly rejoicing. However, the hunting teams that were going to compete 3 days later had already begun to worry. The unanimous conclusion of the hunting teams was that if they encountered the tyrannical soul hunting team, they would directly forfeit. In any case, every hunting team had 2 chances to admit defeat. After being forcibly dragged out of the sub-battleground, the captain of the tyrannical soul hunting team hurriedly let go of Divine Wind. With a helpless expression, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. It turned out that this captain wasn't the real captain of the tyrannical soul hunter squad, and was actually the unknown Divine Wind. "Forgive me for my rudeness, but your actions just now were too risky. You exposed your strength, and at the same time, attracted the attention of the hunters from Zhou State. The captain set up a magic barrier around them to prevent their conversation from being overheard by others. The tornado had attracted almost all the guards in the arena. At this moment, there were no people from Zhou State around. General Batu, I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The enemy's hunting team dressed up as bandits in the border area. They robbed several villages and humiliated many women. Dying in my hands is already the best way for them. Divine Wind's face was still carefree, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Divine Wind would not forget that after he entered the Great Zhou, he had encountered the ruins of several ruined villages and the orphans and widows. The matter of the hunters will come to an end for the time being. You also need to pay attention to your words and actions. You are too close to that child summoner. As descendants of the elves, the royal family of the immortal Jew country rarely dealt with the human race. In their view, most of the human race was extremely cunning and good at scheming. The summoner of the Huangting hunting team was young, but relying on the innate sensitivity of the descendants of the elves, Batu felt that Yun Sheng was far from being as simple as her appearance showed, especially with her eyes full of wisdom. The elves believed that the eyes were the door to the soul and could best reflect a person's wisdom. During the chaos just now, most of the people were still in shock, but that little girl was just watching coldly from the side. Her words and actions and calmness were not like an ordinary person at all. That kind of precocious wisdom should not appear on a child. I don't know why I want to be close to her, but when I saw her for the first time, I felt an unusual sense of closeness from her, as if we had known each other for a long time. Divine Wind narrowed her beautiful eyes thoughtfully. But she is not a descendant of the elves. Divine Wind King, you have forgotten the elves' warning. Descendants of the elves should not deal with humans. It will bring you misfortune, the captain persuaded earnestly. I know these things in my heart. Not everyone is so bad, at least the little lowly is not. Divine Wind's eyes could not help but glance at the branch arena not far away. He secretly said in his heart, little lowly, don't let me down. I believe that you will definitely be able to join me in the B-class hunting team. King, the purpose of our trip is less than the competition. The most important thing is to find the location of the ancient tomb. We have already found a few local gravediggers. I believe that under their investigation, the ancient tomb will soon be found. If you can get that divine object, your summoning skill will definitely reach a higher level. The captain showed some joy. They had followed the Divine Wind King from the immortal residence to Zhou State. Seeing that the deadline for completing the mission was getting closer and closer, they could not help but become excited. However, Divine Wind's face was indifferent. Her mind had already flown to the competition on the other side. Yun Sheng and the others' first round of assessment was about to begin. But just before the assessment began, Feng Kuo cautiously asked Yun Sheng if she wanted to participate in this assessment. Yun Sheng knew what Feng Kuo was worried about. Boss Feng, you don't have to worry. In addition to saving people, a doctor is also the person who has experienced the most life and death situations in the world. I am far stronger than you think. Yun Sheng's face was still rippling with two dimples when she spoke, looking harmless and cute. Feng Kuo and the others did not believe her words. How old was Yun Sheng? Could it be that she had seen more dead people than them? But no one doubted Yun Sheng's words. When she spoke, the vicissitudes of life and death appeared between her eyebrows, which made people's hearts beat abnormally. Yun Sheng still remembered that when she had just learned medicine, there was a period of time when Yun Sheng didn't even want to learn medicine again after encountering her first patient's death from ineffective medical treatment. When Yun Sheng's grandfather learned about it, he only told Yun Sheng one sentence, as a doctor, it is your duty to let the patient live and let the patient die painlessly. Seeing that Yun Sheng was fine, the few of them began their assessment competition. The referee for Yun Sheng and the others was still Zhang Ziyan. At the 9th Division Arena, the sea-level hunter assessment begins. Both teams, please come out. The 4 members of Huang Ting's hunter team came out one by one, but the trench hunter team did not move at all. Magic double cultivator, Feng Kuo, warrior Wenren Qiu, magician Mu Nanyan, summoner Yunsheng. Since Yunsheng had already let Xiao He appear just now, she did not hide it this time and directly let Xiao He follow beside her. There was no suspense in this competition. The so-called top existence of Huang Ting's sea-level hunter team was incisively and vividly displayed in this battle. They did not give the other party any time to breathe and directly defeated the 4 hunters from the other team. They passed the first round of assessment smoothly. Chapter 157. After the first round of assessment, Boss Feng treated Huang Tang and the others to a good meal. While the others were toasting, Yunsheng found an excuse and walked out of the inn. Yunsheng, who had used disguise magic, looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She was dark and thin, with an ordinary appearance. She was the kind of person who could be easily found in a crowd. "Boss, how much is the fresh beast meat?" Yunsheng walked to a beast meat shop in Daoi Mountain City. Because of the frequent appearance of hunters, there was also a large amount of fresh beast meat and beast bones for sale here. "Little girl, what kind of beast meat do you want? This shop only sells beast meat of rank 3 and above. Do you want fresh or frozen?" The boss saw that there was a customer and enthusiastically introduced. On the boundless continent, there were no modern machines or equipment. The so-called frozen meat referred to the frozen meat that was enchanted with water and ice magic. This kind of meat was much cheaper and tasted bad. It was specially eaten by summoners or mages who were short on money but also raised beasts. Yunsheng sent Puffed Egg and Xiao He into the Ling Long Beast Tower to cultivate. During the cultivation period, the 2 beasts needed a large amount of beast meat to replenish their strength. Although Puffed Egg and Xiao He were not big in size, their appetite was comparable to that of a strong man like Boss Feng. Eating 10 to 20 caddies of beast meat in a meal was considered a small matter. Yunsheng now had 3 mouths to feed. In addition, she bought a new magic scroll, Water Bind, the day before yesterday. She really did not have many gold coins on her. "How much is the price of the 2 kinds of beast meat?" Yunsheng pondered. "Rank 4 beast meat, starting from 10 caddies. Frozen meat is 250 gold coins for 10 caddies. Fresh meat is 400 gold coins for 10 caddies." The boss still explained kindly. Yunsheng's face instantly turned bitter. Wouldn't this mean that she would become poor with just 1 meal? Magical beast meat was a rare commodity on the continent. Those who could afford it were either descendants of aristocratic families, nobles, or high-level hunters. The price of Class 4 magical beast meat was already several hundred gold coins, and Class 5 magical beast meat was over 1,000 gold coins. As for Class 6 magical beast meat, the price was sky-high. For a small summoner like Yunsheng, who even risked her life to raise 2 beasts, one could imagine the pressure she was under. At present, it was impossible for Yunsheng to personally hunt the magical beasts, so there was only one way left. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Boss, is there a clinic nearby?" Yunsheng had 2 main ways to earn money, either through alchemy or artifact forging. But for artifact forging, with Yunsheng's current strength, she still needed to rely on a cultivation treasure like the magic tower, so she chose alchemy. After all, in her previous life, Yunsheng had a solid foundation in medicine. In addition, she had previously refined hemostatic medicine, detoxification powder, high-grade meditation water, and top-grade moon god water. Her foundation in alchemy could be considered quite solid. "Little miss, if you want to see a doctor and buy ordinary finished medicine, then there's no one else but the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The clinic is at the southernmost part of the street." The boss didn't neglect Yunsheng because she couldn't afford the magical beast meat and pointed the way for Yunsheng. In the continent's medicine system, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was fully deserving of being the king. Yunsheng had also guessed this point. Because of Dr. Fan, Yunsheng didn't have a good impression of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. But now that she had the disguise magic and was in Daoi Mountain City, she didn't mind. Yun Sheng arrived at the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Daoi Mountain. From afar, she could see a magnificent clinic with glazed roof tiles and gilded beams. Daoi Mountain, as the hunting citadel, had the highest number of hunters coming and going every year. The number of people who came to the clinic for treatment was also endless. Yun Sheng walked into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Just as she was about to enter, she saw a 13 to 14-year-old girl begging the doctor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. "Dr. Qi, this medicine is very important to me. My father depends on it to save his life. I beg you, you must help me refine this medicine." The girl wasn't old, but she was very good-looking. Looking at her manner of speech and temperament, she didn't seem to be from a poor family. It was just that the clothes she was wearing were very old. "Shoo shoo shoo, how many times have I said it? The Medicine Emperor Pavilion doesn't accept customized medicine. Lin Yao, I think it's better for you to get married early and throw away your sickly father. Your father's illness, let alone a single medicine, even if he ate 1,000 of them, they still wouldn't be able to cure him." That doctor had a yellowish complexion and a lustful gleam in his eyes. With a single look, one could tell that he wasn't a lecherous person. As he spoke, he didn't forget to rub his hand on the girl's hand. The girl's expression changed greatly. She pulled her hand away. "Qi Jiu, show some respect. Even if I, Lin Yao, only have a single copper coin left, I won't be so cheap as to be defiled by someone like you. Smelly bitch, shameless. This daddy has taken a liking to you because of the good karma accumulated by your ancestors. Do you really think that you are the young miss of the Xiantong? Do you believe that this doctor only needs to move a finger and no one in the entire Daoi Mountain would be willing to sell their medicine to you?" After that doctor spoke, he ordered 2 herbalists to push Lin Yao, out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. That doctor's actions were so vile, but no matter if it was the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion or the guests, they all had a numb expression on their faces. It could be seen that this doctor had quite a reputation in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yun Sheng inquired from a guest beside her. Only then did she know that the girl who was chased out was the young miss of another medical hall. Before the Medicine Emperor Pavilion entered the Daoi Mountain, the Xiantong was the largest medical hall in the area. But after the Medicine Emperor Pavilion entered, the Xiantong declined. The original doctor of the Xiantong, who was also Lin Yao's father, also fell ill because of this. Lin Yao was a beautiful girl. After her father fell ill, she took over the business of the medical hall. It was a pity that she was so young and had to bear the burden of supporting her family. Her father's illness required a large amount of medicine to recuperate. The doctor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Qi San, accidentally met Lin Yao and had evil intentions towards her. Not only did he fail to flirt with her, he even wanted to take her as his concubine. Lin Yao naturally refused and Qi San used all sorts of excuses to bully Lin Yao. This time, it was unknown where Lin Yao got a prescription from, saying that it could treat her father's illness. She went to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to request for help to concoct a custom-made medicine but was humiliated by Qi San instead. After Yun Sheng heard the whole story, she glanced at Qi San's ugly face and silently walked out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. From Yun Sheng's point of view, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was stubborn. With scum like Qi San appearing one after another, the foundation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was already shaken. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. She didn't mind stepping on its shaky foundation a few more times. Just a few steps later, Yun Sheng caught up with Lin Yao. After being chased out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Lin Yao had a sad expression on her face. Her eyes were lifeless as she walked on the streets in a daze. "Miss Lin, take care." Lin Yao heard someone calling her name from behind. Turning around, she saw a young lady standing in an alley not far away, smiling as she waved her hands at her. Chapter 158. Seeing that the other party was a woman who looked very kind, Lin Yao walked over. "Miss Lin, I just heard you talk about your father's illness in the clinic. Does he have rheumatism?" Yun Sheng asked kindly. She had glanced at Lin Yao's prescription just now. White bamboo, black stone, black tortoise shell, and so on were all medicines that were good for qi and blood circulation. In modern times, these medicines were used by traditional Chinese medicine doctors to prescribe to old rheumatism patients. Rheumatism? This sister, I don't know what rheumatism is. Lin Yao saw that Yun Sheng was 15 or 16 years old. She spoke very elegantly, so she thought that she was not a bad person. It seemed that the name of rheumatism in the Wuji continent was different. Yun Sheng rolled her eyes and said, "I was being rude. Rheumatism is actually a name in my hometown. Its symptoms are mostly red and swollen joints, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. After many years, the joints will change and turn black, and you won't even be able to walk on the ground at all. Especially these days, your father must be sick to the bone, and can't sleep at night." After listening to Yun Sheng, Lin Yao screamed. She grabbed Yun Sheng's hand because of excitement. How do you know? "Miss, are you also a doctor? My father has had this disease for 3 or 4 years. I have looked for famous doctors everywhere, looking for various prescriptions, refining medicine, and making medicine, but there is no way to cure it. Rheumatism is a chronic disease. It can't be cured just by taking medicine. Take me to see your father's illness. I think I have a way to cure his illness." Yun Sheng and Lin Yao returned to the little Xiantang. It was an old clinic. Although it had declined, it was not difficult to see the scale of the clinic in the early years. In the shop, there was only an old shopkeeper and a 10-year-old herbalist. Seeing Yun Sheng looking around the empty clinic, Lin Yao said embarrassedly, "After my father was seriously ill and couldn't walk, I could only take care of the clinic. I am not proficient in medical skills, so the business of the clinic has deteriorated." Although Lin Yao said this, judging from the layout of the clinic and the respectful attitude of the people in the clinic, this 13 or 14-year-old girl was not just good-looking. She was also a very capable person. Lin Yao led Yun Sheng into the inner room. The room was stuffy, and there were 2 magic arrays in the north and south. Rheumatism was afraid of the cold, and Lin Yao was smart enough to use a fire magic array to keep the room dry and hot. This way, it could also relieve the pain. "You're also a magician." Only a magician could set up this kind of elementary magic fire array. "Yes, I studied at the temple in the neighboring city. Later on, because my father was seriously ill, I dropped out of school and came back." Lin Yao nodded obediently. Lin Yao's father, Dr. Lin, lived here. He was 40 years old this year and should have been in the prime of his life. However, after years of suffering from illness, he was as thin as a skeleton. From his appearance, he was old enough to be Lin Yao's grandfather. Yun Sheng couldn't help but secretly nod. Lin Yao was a very flexible person. Although she came from a family of doctors, she subconsciously knew how to integrate magic with her family's medical skills. Her point of view and method coincided with Dr. Fan's. Yun Sheng asked Lin Yao to help Father Lin up. She saw that the joints of his hands and feet were swollen and were twice their original size. The 2 joints of his feet were red with a tinge of black. If the joints were completely black, the nerves inside would die, and Father Lin's legs would be equivalent to being disabled. Fortunately, we discovered it early and can still treat it. Go find a large wooden tub for bathing and prepare some hot sand in it." Although Lin Yao didn't know what Yun Sheng was going to do, she still followed her instructions and immediately prepared the tub. Lin Yao and Yun Sheng had only exchanged a few words, but she didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable trust in Yun Sheng. After the sand and wooden tub were prepared, Yun Sheng and Lin Yao helped the thin and weak Father Lin into the tub. It was like taking a bath. At this time, Father Lin had already woken up. When he saw his daughter with an unfamiliar girl, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Father, this is the doctor I hired earlier, Dr. Yun. She said she can cure your illness." Lin Yao wasn't stupid. She had already seen Yun Xing's doctor's card. After Father Lin sat in the tub, his body quickly turned red and his face twitched in pain. "Miss, what kind of treatment method is this? Why have I never heard of it?" Seeing her father suffer, Lin Yao's heart was filled with pain. Her father was her only family member left. "Sand treatment, don't be nervous. Just wait for another half an hour." Yun Sheng was calm and wasn't anxious. After waiting for half an hour, Father Lin's body was as red as a prawn. But what was strange was that his originally swollen joints had become smaller. After he left the tub, Yun Sheng took out the fire needle from the Four Seasons glass needles. When the needle pierced his knee, Father Lin felt a wave of heat rush through his body, as if there was a fire burning in his body. Then, blood gushed out from his knee. The blood was black and smelly, like poisonous water. Yun Sheng inserted a few needles into Father Lin's joints. Father Lin's expression changed from the initial pain to a relaxed state. His originally heavy limbs also felt normal again. After being plagued by rheumatism for so many years, this was the first time Father Lin fell asleep peacefully. "Father, he..." Seeing her father fall asleep, Lin Yao was both happy and worried. "It's not a problem. Other than the rheumatism on his feet, he still needs to combine sand bathing and acupuncture treatment a few times. The joints of his hands will be able to move freely in 3 days." Yun Sheng put away the needles. This was the first time she used the Four Seasons glass needles. It felt much better than she had imagined. Especially with the integration of magical attributes, the effect of the needles was even better when used in special treatment. "Thank you, Miracle Dr. Yun. Yao will never forget your great kindness. Yao is willing to be an ox or a horse to repay your kindness." Lin Yao's eyes were filled with tears. Today, Qi San humiliated her in public. She originally wanted to die. But when she thought of her father who was sick at home, as well as the people in the clinic who needed her support, Lin Yao could only hold on. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky to meet a miracle doctor like Yun Sheng. Although Yun Sheng was only a doctor, her treatment method was unheard of in the mainland. Lin Yao secretly guessed that she must be the disciple of the hidden doctor. "I don't need you to be an ox or a horse. I won't charge you any medical fees, but I have a request. I want to borrow your little Ci in Tang signboard." Yun Sheng couldn't bear to see people crying and kowtowing. After pulling Lin Yao up, Yun Sheng went straight to the point and put forward her request. Chapter 159. Lin Yao, who still had tears in her eyes, didn't understand. Did she hear wrongly? Just now, Miracle Dr. Yun said that he wanted to borrow the signboard of Xiantong. What did he mean by that? The golden signboard of Xiantong had long been worthless. If it was 10 years ago, when her father was still healthy, Xiantong could be considered as a first-class medical center in Mount Daoi. Dr. Lin was quite skilled in bone setting, treating knife wounds, and poison wounds. Among the hunters, especially among the cultivators, his reputation was very good. But after the Medicine Emperor Pavilion came in, coupled with Dr. Lin's illness, everything was different. Her father had been saved by Miracle Dr. Yun, but he hadn't practiced medicine for several years. His hands and feet had just recovered, and rehabilitation would take a long time. "I won't beat around the bush. I want to use the name of the Xiantong to promote personal customization of finished medicines in the Daoi mountain." Yun Sheng also came prepared. She had seen that the Xiantong was a typical broken boat with only 3 caddies of nails left. The medicinal herbs here, especially the aged ones, were all well prepared. The equipment here was second only to the ones in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, and it was the most complete set of equipment Yunsheng had ever seen. Needless to say, there was also Lin Yao, who was good at management and socializing. Customized medicine. Lin Yao, was simply confused. When Miracle Dr. Yun said something about rheumatism, she didn't understand. Now that he was talking about customized medicine, what was going on? But after seeing the miraculous effect of Yun Sheng's sand treatment, Lin Yao, was smart and didn't ask anymore. Yun Sheng went to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today because she was prepared. If she wanted to make money, she had to refine medicine. But after refining medicine, she had to sell it. She had to sell medicine. She would definitely compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was too old and had a good reputation. No matter how good Yun Sheng was at refining medicine, it would be hard for her to get the recognition of the hunters in Mount Daoi. But the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wasn't invulnerable. She took a stroll around the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and discovered a problem. Although the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the #1 pharmacy in the continent and had top-notch physicians and alchemists, the products they sold were all the most ordinary medicine. There were also some people who wanted to buy special medicines, but the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had no way to satisfy them. Earlier on, Lin Yao had begged Qi San to concoct medicine for her, but Qi San had rejected her outright. Because the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was so big, the bigger the store, the bigger the owner, would bully the owner. It would definitely concoct the most popular medicine and sell it. By doing so, it would be giving up on the custom-made medicine market. Yun Sheng came from the modern world. She was very clear about the popularity of the personal customization market. Since she couldn't compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Yun Sheng decided to walk the path of custom-made medicine. As soon as Yun Sheng told Lin Yao her idea, the smart daughter of the doctor's eyes lit up. As sharp as she was, she had already sensed the business opportunity within. What you have to do is to use the name of Si Antong to announce to the public that Si Antong has begun to accept alchemy commissions. The herbs can be provided by us, but the prescription and especially precious herbs need to be provided by the customer. We are only responsible for refining. Every time he refined medicine, he would charge a fee based on the grade of the medicine. After deducting the price of the herbs and raw materials, you can take another 20%. Yun Sheng explained the whole process to Lin Yao in detail. Lin Yao listened, but her heart was still a little worried. After all, Yun Sheng just showed her talent in treatment, but she didn't show any ability in alchemy. Whether it was healing or refining medicine, it was very difficult to be proficient in them. Some of the older doctors could only be proficient in one of them. In comparison, Yun Sheng could be considered the disciple of some otherworldly expert, but she was too young. What? Are you afraid that I will exaggerate and ruin the reputation of Si Antong? How could Yun Sheng not know what Lin Yao was worried about? Earlier, when Dr. Lin was seriously ill, Lin Yao wasn't worried about the reputation of Si Antong. But now that Dr. Lin's health was better, she must think about reviving Si Antong. Lin Yao couldn't help but feel guilty in her heart. This is the potion I refined. Yun Sheng took out a bottle of meditation water. After refining the best quality potion, Moon God Water, Yun Sheng became more proficient in alchemy. Although Lin Yao didn't have much experience in alchemy, she grew up in Si Antong since she was a child. With such a color and fragrance, it must be a high-level potion. Lin Yao's suspicions about Yun Sheng were immediately dispelled when she casually took out a bottle of high-grade medicine. Early the next morning, a big notice was hung at the door of Si Antong. It said, "Starting today, Si Antong will begin to accept customized alchemy. For specific matters, please come to the medical hall to discuss in detail." In addition, Lin Yao also ordered the herbalist in the shop to post relevant notices in the restaurants and teahouses in Daoi Mountain. Soon, Qi San and the others in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion also learned the news. After Chi-san got the news, he was not angry but happy. Lin Yao, that little girl, is really tired of living. She can even do such a big thing. The herbalist on the side didn't understand. Dr. Chi, shouldn't we send someone to stop the behavior of Xiantong? Stop. Not only we can't stop them, but we also have to give them the medicine to refine. Think about it, as long as there is a prescription that can't be refined, Xiantong will be destroyed. At that time, the Lin father and daughter will come to beg me. You go and take out the prescription that Jia Baiwan's concubine asked to refine the day before yesterday, and then send it to Xiantong to refine. I want to see if Xiantong can refine it. 2 days passed, but there was still no news from Xiantong. Yun Sheng was not anxious. After all, things like customized alchemy have not really been promoted in the Wuji continent. It will take a while to adapt. In the arena, Huang Ting's hunting team still smoothly passed the second and third round of assessment. Yun Sheng didn't even use her magic scepter. After the end of the competition, Feng Kuo's face was full of joy. We have obtained a record of 3 consecutive victories. We will directly advance to the next round and challenge the B-ranked hunting team. Just as he was talking, he saw a few groaning hunting team on the other side of the arena. As soon as he saw those hunting team, Feng Kuo immediately put away his happy expression and quickly walked forward. It's the captain of the veteran B-ranked hunting team, Forest Tiger. Their captain and boss Feng are best friends. They passed the B-ranked hunting team assessment last year. Mu Nanyan and Wenren Xiu also frowned. Those hunting teams suffered devastating injuries. Yun Sheng was sure that even if they tried their best to heal, they would not be able to be hunting team in the future. After inquiring, she learned that their opponent was the Black Valiant hunting team that finished the 3 rounds of C-ranked hunting team assessment early and entered the final round of B-ranked hunting team challenge. What a ruthless method. Even if the arena had done enough precautions, the Black Valiant hunting team still did things their way and didn't show any mercy to their opponents. Ahem, the hunting team captain lying on the stretcher saw Feng Kuo and struggled to get up. You have to be careful. The Black Valiant hunting team has been promoted to B-ranked hunting team. Chapter 160. The Black Valiant hunting team had been promoted to a B-grade hunting team. This news shocked the 4 members of Huangting. It was only the 3rd day of the assessment. How could Black Valiant hunting team be promoted? He who was too vicious earlier. After winning the first round of the Holy Armor Hunter team, the second hunter team was also severely injured. In the 3rd round, no C-class hunter team dared to compete with He Hu again. They directly forfeited. He Hu was too cruel. When the Black Valiant hunting team picked a B-grade hunting team to challenge, they chose the Jungle Tigers. Feng Kuo had heard the whole story from the captain of the Jungle Tigers. When participating in the advancement assessment of hunting teams, the assessment of hunting teams of the same level would be arranged by the hunting branch. However, after passing the assessment of hunting teams of the same level, they would be given the opposite choice when challenging hunting teams of a higher level in the next round. Since the C-grade hunting team had passed the assessment, they could freely choose any B-grade hunting team in Mount Daoi as their opponent. The Jungle Tigers had just passed the assessment last year and had been promoted to a B-grade hunting team. Black Valiant hunting team had chosen the Jungle Tigers because of their inexperience. The captain of the Jungle Tigers, Li Tai, was only slightly weaker than Feng Kuo. The other 3 members were also quite strong. They were on par with Wenren Xiu, Mu Nanyan, and the others. Li Tai and Feng Kuo did not expect that the Jungle Tigers would suffer such a devastating defeat in the assessment field. Even the veteran Jungle Tigers could not stop Black Valiant hunting team, let alone the other hunting teams. Feng Kuo's face turned pale when he heard the news. Today's battle had unintentionally encouraged Black Valiant hunting team. Big brother Feng, it's the Black Valiant hunting team. 4 burly figures walked out of the arena. The 4 black brothers, who had been promoted to the Black Valiant hunting team earlier, walked out proudly. When he saw the Huangting hunting team, He Er let out a shrill scream. "Isn't this Huangting? I heard that you guys are quite lucky to meet such soft persimmons." "Second brother, your words are wrong. You should say that the hunters of the Great Zhou dynasty are all soft persimmons." After the four brothers finished speaking, they laughed loudly. Their arrogance caused the eyes of the hunters present to turn red with anger. The four of them swaggered off. Feng Kuo clenched his fists tightly. His chest rose and fell. Clearly, he was very angry. He roared angrily and slammed his fist on the wall. Immediately, his fist was dripping with blood. It was very ferocious. "Boss!" Mu Nanyan and Wenren Qiu were also angry, but they had no other choice. Even the jungle tiger had difficulty fighting against He Hu. Huang Teng could not do much either. Moreover, they had Yun Xing with them. Brother Li is a good man. He saved my life back then. His hometown suffered from a flood in the early years and many people died. Over the years, all the money he earned as a hunter was sent back to the orphans and widows in his hometown. He had originally said that after 2 or 3 more years of being a hunter, he would go home and marry a wife and be filial to his parents. Damned He Hu! Feng Kuo was furious. If it weren't for Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan stopping him, Feng Kuo's fist would have been injured badly. Then in the next round of the test, we'll challenge the Black Valiant hunting team. A clear and abnormally loud voice interrupted Feng Kuo's actions. Little Sheng, what did you say? You're saying that we'll challenge He Hu? Wenren Xiu's face twitched strangely. That's right. Anyway, we'll have to choose a B-grade hunting team for the next round. He Hu knows how to challenge the jungle tiger, who has the least experience, so we'll follow suit and choose a hunting team with the least experience. There shouldn't be any B-grade hunting team with less experience than He Hu. Yun Xing blinked as if what she said was a simple truth. Little Sheng, but you've seen the Black Valiant hunting team's ability. Do you think we can win? In fact, not to mention Yun Xing, the idea of cutting the Black Valiant hunting team into pieces had flashed through the minds of Huang Teng and the other 200s of times. The biggest uncertainty in the battle between Huang Teng and He Hu was Yun Xing. In the previous 3 rounds of the assessment, Feng Kuo had protected Yun Xing tightly. However, everything would be different if they were to face the powerful He Hu. The opponent's summoner is a scepter summoner. I'm also a scepter summoner. If it doesn't work, I'll summon the puffed egg. Yun Xing looked confident. Yun Xing's biggest advantage was that everyone thought that her beast was Xiao He, who was always by her side. The puffed egg was her last life-saving talisman. When the 3 heard this, they felt that it made sense. In the worst-case scenario, if Yun Xing summoned her evil beast egg, the cry would be enough to make He Hu suffer. Little Sheng, let's make a deal. If there's an unexpected situation, you don't have to care about winning or losing. Just ask the referee for help. Feng Kuo felt guilty when he thought about letting Yun Xing take the risk with them. However, the idea of killing He Hu and fighting for the honor of the Forest Tigers hunting squad and the Great Zhou hunting squad was still the upper hand in the end. After making the decision, Feng Kuo went to the hunting team to confirm the matter of challenging the Black Valiant hunting team. However, half an hour later, in the Daoi Mountain, wherever there were hunters, there was a piece of news. The veteran hunting team C, Huang Teng, was going to challenge the new hunting team B, He Hu. This was, without a doubt, the most eye-catching match in the hunter team competition so far. In the arena, the dominating Soul hunting team, who had just been released from the ban, completed their second round of assessment. Oh, you mean Huang Teng is going to challenge He Hu? After being repeatedly reminded by Batu, Divine Wind finally behaved this time. The other members of the dominating Soul hunting team were also very strong. Basically, Divine Wind could win just by squatting on the side. It was only a matter of time before they were promoted to a hunting team B, King, you don't seem to be worried about that little girl. This subordinate sees that you are quite concerned about her. During the few days when the dominating soul hunting team was banned, Divine Wind went to the hunting team branch every day to seduce them with his beauty. He had already found out about the hunting team's assessment. During Huang Ting's matches, he personally went to the scene to cheer. However, he was stopped by General Ba Tu, who risked his life to remind him to pay attention to his image and maintain the dignity of the immortal resident's royal family. After all, the immortal residents and Zhou state were not friends. It was better not to cheer for the enemy's hunting team. That little girl will be fine. She is very clever. However, I am very curious about what her summoned beast is. Xiao He beside her doesn't have a summoning mark on it. Divine Wind rubbed his chin. Divine Wind was probably the only person besides Huang Ting's group who knew that Yun Sheng's summoned beast was not Xiao He. Divine Wind decided that when Huang Ting was going to fight against He Hu, he must bring a small stool to the branch arena early to cheer for Yun Sheng. Chapter 161. The challenge with He Hu was set for the day after tomorrow. There were 2 days in between for Huang Ting and the rest to rest. After Yun Sheng heard the news, she secretly went to look for Wenren Xiu. Little Sheng, if you want to borrow money, no problem. How much is it? Just let me know and I will give it to you. Wenren Xiu patted her chest and promised. I want to borrow 200,000 Empire gold coins. Yun Sheng did not hesitate and asked for an exorbitant sum. 200,000, no problem. What do you want so much gold coins for? Wenren Xiu's family background wasn't bad. If she hadn't met Feng Kuo, she would have been a typical profligate son of Jade Capital. Therefore, the first person Yun Sheng thought of borrowing money from was Wenren Xiu. Of course. I saw someone in the inn today betting on the outcome of our battle with He Hu the day after tomorrow. The odds are really high. For the battle 2 days later, Feng Kuo asked them to cultivate in seclusion in the inn and adjust their condition to the best. Therefore, Wenren Xiu really didn't know what happened outside. Wherever there were people, there would be gambling. The gambling around the arena of Mount Daoi had been going on for a long time. The hunting branch turned a blind eye to it. This time, the challenge between Huang Ting and He Hu was much more popular than any of the previous years. It was even more eye-catching than the competition held at the main venue at the same time. It was said that the admission tickets were sold out as soon as they were released. Betting on our competition? What are the odds? Is everyone betting on us winning? Wenren Xiu was interested when she heard that it was gambling. The odds are very high, 1 to 5. He Hu is 1 to 5 and we are 5 to 5. Everyone says He Hu will win. Yun Sheng did not look disappointed at all. Instead, he looked like a little money grubber. 1 to 5. Which bastard started the bet? We are Huang Ting. We won all 3 rounds in the competition. Why would we lose? Wenren Xiu was very excited. She wanted to go out and find someone to reason with. It's better if the odds are high. Lend me 200,000 gold coins. The odds are 1 to 5. If you win, you can get 1 million gold coins. Yun Sheng refused to let Wenren Xiu go. Little Sheng, let me tell you, gambling is not right, especially when you are still a child. Wenren Xiu had a bitter face. In fact, even he wanted to bet on He Hu to win. Of course, he couldn't let Boss Feng know about this. Otherwise, he would die miserably. But in the end, Wenren Xiu couldn't stand Yun Sheng's pestering and lent 200,000 gold coins to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng promised that she would return the money immediately after the competition. Wenren Xiu wasn't afraid that Yun Sheng wouldn't return the money. Yun Sheng's ability to refine medicine was her greatest asset. Wenren Xiu also remembered that Yun Sheng helped Huang Ting for free this time. After getting a golden imperial purple gold card, Yun Sheng slipped out of the inn. After using disguise magic, she found Lin Yao, of Xiantong. Lin Yao had been waiting bitterly for Yunqing for a few days. When she saw that Yunqing had finally come, she heaved a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Yunqing to speak, Lin Yao, took out a page of prescription. Lin Yao had released the notice of custom-made medicine for several days. On the first day, there was no reaction at all. But early this morning, not long after the medical hall opened, a businessman came to the door. He brought an intermediate-level prescription and a deposit of 100 gold coins. This was the first custom-made order that Lin Yao received. She couldn't help but be excited. Hearing that a custom-made customer came to the door, Yunqing took the prescription and looked at it. "I've seen it. The difficulty of the prescription is not high. It's only an intermediate-level medicine. You should be able to refine it." Lin Yao looked forward to it. "There's no mistake, it's a mid-grade medicine. This prescription, if I'm not wrong, should have been prepared by someone from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion." With Yunqing's eyesight, she was able to tell that the paper used to prepare the prescription was specially prepared by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. "Miracle Dr. Yun, did I cause trouble? But this is really just an ordinary prescription." Lin Yao was shocked. This prescription is called Hibiscus Skin Beautifying Ointment. To put it bluntly, it's a beautifying ointment for women. It looks very ordinary, but it's too ordinary that it's suspicious. Chi-san wouldn't simply give us money. Yunqing furrowed her delicate brows and thought carefully. Then what should we do? We have already accepted this prescription. It's not good to refuse again. Otherwise, it will ruin our reputation. Lin Yao was a little anxious. She thought for a moment, then suddenly her eyes lit up. "I know, the price of this cream is very high. There are only a few people in the city who can afford it. I'll send someone to inquire about it. I'll know who bought this cream recently." Lin Yao didn't panic. She sent someone to inquire about it. Sure enough, the news soon arrived. Miracle Dr. Yun's guess is right. That traveling merchant is a fake. The cream was originally used by the seventh concubine of Jia Baiwan. Who would have thought that after she used it, a lot of small rashes appeared on her face? Jia Baiwan was angry. He ordered the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to refine a new hibiscus skin beautifying cream. Chi-san studied it for a few days, but he couldn't find a way to restore Jia Baiwan's concubine. He had no choice but to send the prescription back to the Jade capital and wait for the news there. But when he learned that the Xiantong wanted to refine a customized medicine, he had evil thoughts and sent the new prescription over. Chi-san is really shameless. I also secretly checked the condition of Jia Baiwan's concubine. She has a rash on the right side of her face and it hasn't subsided. I've already invited many doctors, including the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but they are all helpless. Lin Yao was incomparably anxious. "Yao, you don't have to be angry. Tell me the situation of the rash on her right side first." After Yunqing inquired about it carefully, she quickly came to a conclusion. "Bring the prescription over. I'll refine a new medicine. After the medicine is refined, there's no need to hand it over to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. You can directly send it to the Jia residence." Yunqing was sure that the concubine was allergic. In the prescription of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there were several kinds of flowers and herbs. Ordinary people wouldn't be affected by it. It could also achieve the effect of beautifying the skin. But if it was used on someone who was allergic to pollen, they would have a rash on their face. It would be itchy and it would be an allergic reaction. She only needed to replace the several kinds of flowers and herbs, and then use part of the light element to refine the new plaster. The concubine's allergic symptoms would be easily solved. After the plaster was refined, it was sent to the Jia residence. Yunqing called Lin Yao over. "You don't need to worry about the plaster. I have some money here to give you in advance. Help me find a shop in the city that you are familiar with. Be sure to get everything done before the military hunting competition the day after tomorrow. Lin Yao looked at the thing that Yun Sheng handed over. It was an imperial purple card. Chapter 162. If Lin Yao was just surprised to see a huge empire purple gold card, then she was very surprised to see the shopping list Yun Sheng gave her. A purple gold card with 100,000 gold coins was still okay. Although Yun Sheng's identity and background were still unclear, with her magical medical skills and alchemy skills, she didn't have to worry about food and clothing everywhere. It was reasonable for her to be rich. But what's with this shopping list? 500 blank magic memory discs, 10 baskets of tomatoes, cabbage, eggs and stones, 10 writers and storytellers, 5,000 pieces of Xian paper, some good brushes and beast blood ink. This was the strange shopping list Yun Sheng gave Lin Yao. Lin Yao grew up in Daoi Mountain. She was very familiar with the various connections in the city. She was also a smart and cautious person. Although she was very puzzled by Yun Sheng's strange shopping list, she still bought all the things at the lowest price before dark. That night, Yun Sheng brought a group of storytellers and writers to work overnight. At dawn the next day, the storytellers and writers all went out. For 2 days and 2 nights, when the 3 people of the Huangting hunting squad were in seclusion, Yun Sheng was nowhere to be seen. Until noon the day after the day, the 3 people of Huangting, who were full of energy, and Yun Sheng, who kept yawning, gathered together. Today's battle is very important for us, Huangting. But there's one thing, where there's life, there's hope. No one can blindly advance during the battle, especially Yun Sheng's safety. We have to pay attention at all times. Feng Kuo used the dignity of the captain. Even when facing a difficult task, Feng Kuo had never been so serious like today. Because he understood that he was facing the Black Hussar hunting squad, which was 10 times more ferocious than magical beasts. Yes. Boss Feng, the remaining 3 people said in unison. Wenren Xiu winked at Yun Sheng. She was asking if Yun Sheng had bet all her money. Yun Sheng nodded with a faint smile. The 4 of them were ready to go. They left the inn and headed towards the hunter arena. Along the way, they saw the hunters walking towards them, regardless of whether they were spectators or participants of the competition on the same day, nodding at them in a friendly manner, causing them to be puzzled. Since when did the Huangting hunting squad become so popular? Huangting, I have faith in you. Huangting, you have to hold on. You have to beat up those later Qin dogs until they can't even recognize their own parents. Huangting, the dignity of the hunters of Zhou State depends on you to defend it. In the end, some of the old hunters came over and cheered for Huangting. I say, I've only been in seclusion for a few days. Could it be that I've become more handsome? Why are there a bunch of people giving me flirtatious looks? It's making me feel embarrassed. Wenren Xiu almost took out a mirror to admire himself. He thought that it was normal for him to receive some flirtatious looks and kisses from female hunters because of his decent looks. However, at this moment, even some old men were giving him flirtatious looks. This was really not right. It has nothing to do with your looks. The answer is here. Mu Nanyan had a piece of paper in her hand, which was handed to her by a hunter just now. Black Hussar hunting squad, Beast hunting squad, public enemy of Zhou State hunting squad. After a line of big titles, there was a piece of promotional paper written like a legendary novel. On it, there was a description of the bad deeds of the 4 members of the Black Hussar hunting squad since their debut in indelible beast blood ink. From the moment they came to the arena of Mount Daoi, they would injure and kill people in every game to the He brothers' thievery and cheating of the old, weak, women, and children since they were young. Everything was written very vividly. The person who wrote it was also very good. The story was written very realistically. After reading this page, any human would gnash their teeth at the Black Hussar, and any beast would roar at the Black Hussar. Not only that, I also heard that there are storytellers in restaurants, inns, and even markets talking about the various deeds of the Black Hussar. Someone said that the Black Hussar of later Qin came to Mount Daoi this time, seemingly to participate in the assessment, but in fact, he came to eliminate dissidents. He was secretly sent by later Qin to strangle the backbone of the hunters of Zhou state. Feng Kuo also heard a new piece of news. In addition to the Black Hussar's brutal actions, all the rumors were mixed together. The entire Mount Daoi, from the hunters to the commoners, had an extreme resistance to the Black Hussar. However, on the other hand, these rumors that came from who knows where increased the odds of the betting on the battle between Huang Tang and the Black Hussar hunting squad. The Black Hussar hunting squad was very brutal, and it was very likely that they would kill people in the arena. The original odds of 1-5 were forcibly raised to 1-7. This was the first time in the history of the arena that this kind of betting and the support of the commoners had happened. This point even attracted the attention of the Hunters Guild. Since the establishment of the Hunters' Citadel, there had never been a hunting squad that had attracted so much hatred. The more people hated the Black Hussar, the more people supported Huang Tang. After Huang Tang was escorted into the arena like a hero's welcome ceremony, other than Yun Sheng, the other three people were a little confused. However, everyone quickly put this matter to the back of their minds. After all, the competition was about to begin, and everyone's thoughts were on the competition. Similar to Huang Tang, the Black Hussar had also undergone close training in the past few days. From Big Black's point of view, Huang Tang was more difficult to deal with than the forest tiger. Although he had the obvious weakness of the doll summoner, the combination of Feng Kuo and Wenren Xiu, and Mu Nanyan's magic support, were all very big threats. They conducted a rigorous analysis of the three people, and analyzed the weaknesses of Feng Kuo, Wenren Xiu, and Mu Nanyan clearly. However, no matter who it was, they did not study Yun Sheng. Firstly, she was too young. Secondly, there was no data to study. Yun Sheng had never been on a hunting mission, and since she had entered the arena, she had not fought once. Just like that, Yun Sheng became a research blind spot. After the four brothers had thoroughly studied, they were determined to defeat Huang Tang. Just as they arrived at the arena, they felt that something was wrong. Along the way, why did everyone look at them fiercely? It was as if they had stolen someone's wife or kidnapped someone's son. Big brother, do you feel that the people around us are weird? Why do they all feel like they want to tear us into pieces? Black 4 was a summoner, and his observation skills were the sharpest. He was also the clearest when it came to people's emotions. He pondered. If looks were knives, the four brothers would have thousands of holes in their bodies by now. You're thinking too much. They're all unimportant people. Big Black did not care. Just as he was about to enter the arena, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. It was as if something had hit his head. Chapter 163. Big Hei's first reaction was that it was a hidden weapon. But when he touched the back of his head, he found a yellow liquid and transparent mucus on his hand. He sniffed and smelled rotten eggs. Which bastard dared to hit me with a rotten egg? Big Hei roared. The match between Hei Hu and Huang Tang had attracted a lot of attention. With the deliberate exaggeration of a certain black-bellied lowly, it quickly attracted a large number of spectators. In Zhou State, except for a few large A-level hunting groups, all the hunters who didn't have any missions rushed over. But the number of spectators was limited. The spectators who couldn't buy tickets could only wait outside the arena. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the arena. Big Hei couldn't even guess who hit his head with a rotten egg. Damn it, if I find out who hit me, you're dead. Big Hei was furious. Under the comfort of the other three brothers, he barely calmed down. After Big Hei cursed at the crowd for a while, he walked into the arena angrily. At this moment, a pretty young girl with a few children squeezed through the crowd in the arena. She asked the spectators from time to time, "That's the He Hu private squad. They're as fierce and evil as the rumors say. They're just hunters from the Qin dynasty, but they're so arrogant in the territory of Zhou state. If it were me, I'd smash them with rotten eggs, tomatoes, and stones." When the hunters heard this, they thought of Big He's embarrassment just now and felt a lot better. One of them, who looked like a fairy, suddenly called out to them, "Hey, do you have any of those things that can be used to smash people? Give me some, eggs, rotten tomatoes. Yes, you even have stones. Give me a few baskets." Hearing the man's words, the eyes of the hunters beside him lit up, and they immediately became excited. Yes. When they entered the arena later, they would teach He Hu and the other three a lesson. So, led by the beautiful hunter whose gender was unknown, the group of people behind all asked to buy all kinds of smashing items. The wealthier hunters had storage mystic artifacts by their side, and the poorer ones had storage bags by their side. No one knew what they had brought into the arena. When all the hunters had left, Lin Yao, and a few children carried dozens of empty vegetable and stone baskets with a sneaky smile on their faces. A basket of fruits and vegetables that were usually only worth a few gold coins was now worth dozens of times more. It wasn't until today that Lin Yao found out why Miracle Dr. Yun had asked them to prepare a few days ago. Miracle Dr. Yun must be related to the Huangting hunting troupe. In just 2 days, the pressure of public opinion created by the storytellers and writers hired by Miracle Dr. Yun had turned He Hu into a street rat. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Lin Yao had only been with Yun Sheng for a few days, but she had already been led astray. In the arena, the referee presiding over the assessment was still his old acquaintance, Lon Lon. "Next, let's welcome the Huangting hunting team." As soon as Lon Lon announced, deafening cheers erupted from the entire venue. The hunters shouted, "Huangting will win! Huangting will win!" Feng Kuo walked out with his head held high. Yun Sheng was still sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder, and Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan were on the left and right respectively. "Let's welcome the He Hu hunting team." As soon as Lon Lon finished speaking, the 4 members of the He Hu hunting team walked out with their heads held high and showed their faces. Countless boos could be heard from all directions. Countless cabbage leaves, eggs, and tomatoes were thrown at them. The 4 He Hu brothers were no match for the hundreds of spectators' cabbage leaves, eggs, and rotten tomatoes. Their faces were yellow and red, and they were embarrassed. Even Lon Lon was so scared that she abandoned the 4 of them and immediately fled to a relatively safe corner to avoid this public rage that was coming at them with such ferocious momentum. These people were ruthless. They didn't even throw them away. The cabbage leaves, eggs, and tomatoes were all enchanted with magic and combat skills. "Who?" With a cabbage on his head, Big He roared at the spectators. The hundreds of angry eyes made him shudder. The other 3 brothers were not much better. Their armor was covered with cabbage leaves and eggshells to varying degrees. What was even more tragic was that Big He 3 and Big He 4 were sorcerers and summoners respectively. They were hit by a stone thrown by someone, and their heads were bleeding. They could only bandage their wounds with some medicine. "Everyone, please calm down. This is the Mount Dao arena. You are not allowed to throw anything in the arena. If you throw anything else, please leave immediately. You are not allowed to enter the arena to watch the competition in the future." Lon Lon looked helpless. Looking at the miserable state of the 4 He Hu brothers, she took out a piece of paper and handed it to Big He. "The entire Mount Dao knows what you have done. Today, you are standing in the arena. I will do my duty to stop the people from hurting you. But after you leave the arena, I will not interfere with your life or death." Lanlan's tone was cold. Her eyes were full of disdain and hatred as she looked at the 4 He Hu brothers. They killed the backbone of the Zhou state's hunting troupe and tried to weaken the foundation of the Zhou state. Even if the 4 of them left the arena, they would be hunted down by the major hunting troops immediately. Rumor, this is a blatant rumor. It must be them. Huangting's people are slandering us. The four He brothers looked at the piece of paper. On it were various bad deeds of the four He brothers, especially the rumor that the four He brothers were later Qin assassins. Their expressions changed at the same time. How could this be? Their identities? Who was it that revealed their true identities? The four He brothers knew that they were doomed this time. Even if they won the competition, they would have to face punishment from the organization. We, the Huangting, will win fair and square even if we win. Feng Kuo's face was cold. Looking at Feng Kuo's expression, Big He knew that he was not secretly playing tricks. Then who was it that secretly used such a shameless and despicable method to deal with the He brothers? Yun Sheng, who was watching from the side, was very satisfied. No one would have guessed that all of this was done by her. Not only that, there was more exciting content waiting for the four He brothers. Yun Sheng clenched the magic scepter in her hand. The dark magic soul in her body emitted a strange black light at this moment. In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, General Batu looked like he was going to vomit blood. My king, how could you do such a thing? It's a disgrace to you and the royal family of the immortal Jew country. Just now, when the spectators were throwing things, their honorable god Wind King took out a basket of stones from his storage ring and threw them in with all his might. As he threw, he cast wind magic on the stones. Each stone was thrown accurately and fiercely. Don't be long-winded, the game is about to start. Kamikaze impatiently stuffed a tomato that he hadn't had time to throw into Batu's mouth. He looked at the field with great interest. He didn't miss the devilish smile on the little loli's face when everyone was throwing things. That little girl really caught his attention. Chapter 164. The B-grade hunter competition had begun. Mu Nanyan's magic scepter lit up in Huangting's hunter team. Mu Nanyan was an earth elemental master. Her magic scepter was embedded with 3 earth elemental soul stones. They were 10 years old, 50 years old, and 100 years old respectively. Such soul stones were considered normal. This reflected Mu Nanyan's magic and character. Earth elemental magic was neither arrogant nor impatient. Instead, it was steady and steady. A yellow light shrouded the 4 of them. Earth elemental intermediate magic, Earth's shelter. Under the effects of Earth's protection, aside from Mu Nanyan, Yun Sheng's defense was increased by 30%, while Mu Nanyan's defense was increased by 20%. When the defensive spell was cast, Yun Sheng felt a surge of power enter her body. It felt as if her limbs had become much stronger. Black 3, the master magician of the Black Squad, did not show any weakness. He raised his magic scepter and chanted. A light green wind element was added to the 4 Black Squad brothers. Black 3 was a wind elemental magician. He chose to increase the Black Squad's agility by 30%. It was Yun Sheng's first time participating in a team battle. According to Feng Kuo's initial arrangement, he and Wenren Qiu were not allowed to leave the team. They had to protect Yun Sheng and Mu Nanyan. Kill. Both sides were filled with murderous intent. They had already forgotten Lanlin's advice at the start of the competition. Big Black was the first to move. His fists were filled with battle aura. He punched his fists in the air and there were many shadows of fists on his fists. Although the shadows were phantoms, they were filled with murderous intent. They were all aimed at Huangting's hunter team. The moment Heide came up, he used his famous battle skill, Rain of Fists. Big Black looked reckless but he was very meticulous. As the leader of the Black Squad, he knew that it was necessary to strike first when facing a team like Huangting. The shadows of his fists seemed to be aimless but they were all aimed at Mu Nanyan and Yun Sheng. Among the 4 of them, Mu Nanyan and Yun Sheng were a magician and a summoner respectively. Their defense should be the weakest. However, he had underestimated Mu Nanyan and Yun Sheng. Mu Nanyan cast a defensive buff, and then cast a mud swamp on herself. Big Black's legs went soft, and in an instant, it sank into the mud. Feng Kuo's long legs swept horizontally, creating a gust of wind, blocking the attack of the fist shadow. His hands moved behind his back and placed Yun Sheng on his shoulders. Seeing Feng Kuo's eagerness to protect his child, He De-in sneered. He roared angrily, took a few steps forward, and got out of the swamp. Black 3 immediately shot out wind blades from his magic scepter. He Hu and the others had already studied Huang Ting's combat style. In the first 3 rounds, the little summoner did not even make a move. As they expected, Huang Ting's summoner was their biggest weakness. "Big brother, watch out!" Wenren Xiu reminded him loudly as she put her hands on her waist. Yun Sheng then saw that there was a sword on Wenren Xiu's waist. The sword in Wenren Xiu's hand made several sword flowers and repelled He Er, who pounced on her. Big Black and Black 3 faced Feng Kuo at the same time. Feng Kuo was protecting Yun Sheng on his shoulders while blocking Big Black's attack. It was already very difficult for him. In the first 3 rounds, Feng Kuo could still protect Yun Sheng. But facing Big Black, whose strength was almost the same as his, and Black 3, who cast strange wind blades from time to time, Feng Kuo quickly showed signs of fatigue. A tricky wind blade slashed toward Feng Kuo's shoulder. He saw that the wind blade was about to kill him. He could have lowered his body to dodge, but if he dodged, Yun Sheng on his shoulder would undoubtedly suffer. Feng Kuo frowned, but he did not dare to retreat. If he did not retreat, he would have to use his flesh and blood to block this attack. Yun Sheng on his shoulder saw this and knew that Feng Kuo was trying to protect her. She was touched, and Yun Sheng quietly used the end of her magic scepter to poke Feng Kuo's Chihu acupoint on his shoulder. Feng Kuo did not know that Yun Sheng would suddenly make a move. There was a sour feeling on his shoulder like ants biting, and his shoulder could not help but lower. At the same time, Yun Sheng beautifully turned over and nimbly avoided the wind blade. But then, Yun Sheng found that something was wrong. After Black 3's wind blade missed, it did not spread in the wind. On the contrary, after the wind blade stopped in mid-air, it suddenly turned back and slashed Feng Kuo's shoulder. Feng Kuo's shoulder suddenly bled. What a cunning Black 3! It turned out that he did not use the ordinary primary magic wind blade, but the intermediate magic disguised as a primary magic, wind sickle. The wind sickle was almost the same as the wind blade in appearance, but it would turn back halfway to form a more powerful wind sickle. If Yun Sheng had not escaped in time just now, she would have been chopped into 2 pieces by now. Feng Kuo's shoulder was injured, and his body's strength was relaxed. His counterattack immediately slowed down a lot. "Boss, I'll do it." Wenren Xiu concentrated her Do Qi on her sword. The sword suddenly grew a few inches and turned into countless sword lights. The sword lights covered Black 2's body, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Mu Nanyan also chanted the earth thorn magic at the same time. Several earth thorns broke out of the ground, disrupting the enemy's pace. Feng Kuo used his Do Qi to protect his heart, and watched the situation in the field with rapt attention. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the game started, there was still one person in the Black Guards who did not move. The summoner, the opponent's summoner, had not made a move so far. Yun Sheng had already revealed that her summoned beast was Xiao He, but Black 4's summoned beast had not shown its true face. Even when facing the forest tiger, Black 4 did not summon a beast. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Pang, a violent collision sound, and Mu Nanyan screamed in pain. The defense in front of her cracked. An armor-piercing beast broke out of the ground and unexpectedly broke Mu Nanyan's defense. It was a rank 4 armor-piercing beast, about 70 to 80 years old. It had a burly appearance and weighed about 100 pounds. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a pangolin. Its whole body was covered in thick scales, and its sharp claws and teeth pressed on Mu Nanyan's neck. Mu Nanyan could only use her magic scepter to block it. Seeing that Mu Nanyan was in danger, Wenren Xiu's handsome face showed a touch of anxiety, and the sword in her hand was also disrupted. Go save Nanyan. Feng Kuo took a deep breath. Ignoring the blood on his shoulder, he raised his magic scepter and chanted. Feng Kuo was a dual cultivator of magic and Do Qi. In a situation where the enemy was strong and he was weak, he still did not panic and calmly cast magic. Stubborn, 4, kill that woman first. Black 4 smiled ferociously. He and Black 3 swarmed forward to entangle Feng Kuo and Wenren Xiu. No one was in the mood to pay attention to Yunsheng. Baby, let them see blood. Kill that female magician first. Black 4 looked coldly at Mu Nanyan, who was desperately resisting. Before you kill someone, shouldn't you make sure that you are still alive? Black 4's back was cold. He looked carefully and found that the summoner of Huangteng had unknowingly stood beside him like a ghost. The black-haired, black-eyed girl had a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 165. When he found Yunsheng, He Si was shocked at first, and this shock made him miss the opportunity to make a move. Yunsheng raised her hand, and a very strange-looking weapon flashed. Before He Si could react, he felt a sharp pain in his hands, and both his wrists were cut off. He Si screamed, the main artery in his wrist was cut, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Who was Yunsheng? She was a modern female doctor who could control life and death. Under her scalpel, countless lives were saved. But she could also turn into a bloody god of death at any time. The people on the field only paid attention to the actions of the other people. When He Si screamed, they only saw a strange scene. Yunsheng's knife was too fast. She was the #1 surgeon in the medical university, and coupled with the second level of Trillium Hand, her hand speed was several times faster. In other people's eyes, it was just a flash of light. They saw He Si screaming, both his wrists were cut off, and he kept rolling on the ground. His arteries were all cut, and blood kept spurting out. In less than a quarter of an hour, He Si would die. Yunsheng's eyes were only left with a chill. The 4 brothers of He who deserved to die for what they had done. As early as walking on the field, Yunsheng's heart had sentenced them to death. The summoner was injured, and his summoned beast was also fatally injured. Mu Nanyan saw the opportunity and smashed the head of the armor-piercing beast with her magic scepter, throwing it out. Lao Si. Haida was the closest to He Si. He rushed forward, wanting to check He Si's wound. Xiao He. Go. But how could Yunsheng give him a chance? She called out Xiao He from the Linglong Beast Tower. Swallowing the Sky Battle Skill, activate. Following a wolf-like howl, the entire branch arena was plunged into darkness. It was like going from day to night all of a sudden. It was dark all around, and no one knew what had happened. But some people vaguely guessed that the wolf-like cry might have triggered some kind of magical beast battle skill. A battle skill that could change the weather in an instant. What kind of magical beast was that? What's going on? Huangteng saw that He Si was severely injured, and Mu Nanyan had successfully escaped. Feng Kuo and Wenren Xiu were immediately energized. However, it was pitch black all around them. They had no choice but to be on guard in case the black guards took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In fact, Huangteng and the rest's worries were unnecessary because the Black Valiant hunting squad had witnessed Black 4's strange injury and the sky darkening. Everyone was panicking. Haida wanted to save He Si, but he lost his way in the dark. The darkness came in a strange way. Even though Haida was a revered martial artist and his 5 senses were much sharper than ordinary people, he still could not see anything clearly in the darkness. In the darkness, a figure landed on Blackie's neck like a bolt of black lightning. I told you, I'm going to break your neck like a chicken. Yunsheng sat on Blackie's shoulder. Her petite figure was a stark contrast to Black's overly tall figure. It was dark all around, and the spectators could not see clearly what was going on. Blackie only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He reached out to grab Yunsheng, but Yunsheng's body was as slippery as a loach. In her hands, 4 seasons glazed needles pierced into Blackie's skull. When a warrior reached the revered martial artist realm, his skin, bones, tendons, and veins were as hard as iron. It was difficult for ordinary swords and spears to pierce through. However, even a revered martial artist could not change the meridians of the human body. When the 4 seasons glazed needles that were infused with magic entered his head, a strange feeling of heat and coldness entered his body. Blackie only felt that he was hit by several types of magic. He stood there stiffly. Yunsheng's hands were like daughter, tightly wrapping around Blackie's neck. After she felt his bones, she exerted force with both hands. A cracking sound was heard. At the last moment, Blackie only knew that his neck was twisted into a ball like a fried dough twist. The darkness gradually dissipated. Big Hay was still in his original position. His hands were still in the same position as when he was grabbing Yunsheng. However, his head made the hunters, who had taken countless risks and were not afraid of death, suck in a breath of cold air. Blackie's head was strangely reversed. His eyeballs were protruding. He died with a grievance. His mouth, nose, and eyes were all covered in blood. His face was burned black, frozen, and covered with dust. It was as if he was hit by several magic at once. It looked as if he had been attacked many times in the dark. Blackie on the ground was bleeding and he was dead. Big brother. Fourth brother. Blackie Air and Blackie San cried out in pain. However, none of them dared to go forward. In the huge arena, there were only 4 people standing there. Whether it was He Hu, Huang Ting's people, hundreds of spectators, or Lan Lan, who had forgotten her responsibility as a referee, everyone's eyes fell on one person. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles, 4 needles. After using the Jade Marrow skill to suck out the 4 needles from Big Black's head, Yunsheng did not forget to wipe the blood from the needles on Big Black's body. She calmly wiped the needles and her eyes fell on Blackie Air and Blackie San. She opened her mouth and said something that shocked the whole arena, "Let's fight together. It'll save us time and effort." Hiss. When the people who were listening to the story said this, everyone in the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it had been 2 days since the B-grade hunter assessment that had caused a stir in the entire Dezhou country, when the storyteller mentioned how Huang Ting's summoner had killed He Si and then He Da, especially when she had pulled out the 4 needles from He Da's head, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if their heads had been pierced by 4 needles. The result of the assessment was no suspense. Huang Ting won. In the situation of 2 dead and 2 frightened, Zhan Zian, who came back to her senses, communicated with the Blackie Hu hunting team, who only had 2 people left. Blackie Hu announced the defeat, and the Huang Ting hunting team finally obtained the B-level hunter qualification. That assessment could be said to be very satisfying, but the most popular one was the summoner who seemed to be the weakest, but suddenly broke out in the end. Some people said that she was not only a summoner, but also a genius in both magic and martial arts. Otherwise, how could he be so strange that he could kill 2 hunter powerhouses without even using magic? After the competition, countless people surrounded the arena of Mount Daoi, wanting to see Yunsheng's real face. However, due to the protection of Huang Tang and the others in Yunsheng's illusion earrings, the outside world recognized her body shape and the pseudonym registered in the Hunters Guild. The rest of the information was unknown. Although they did not know Yunsheng's specific appearance and background, the rumors about her quickly spread in the hunting world of the Great Zhou dynasty and even in the hunting world of other countries. She was ruthless and young. After that battle, Yunsheng even received a resounding title, Bloody Lowly. Chapter 166. In Daoi Mountain, Huang Tang and the other two were still waiting for the results of the B-level hunter assessment of the hunting branch. At this moment, they were sitting in a luxurious restaurant in the city with a table full of good food and wine. However, Yun Sheng, who was supposed to be the biggest contributor, was nowhere to be seen. On the seat where Yun Sheng was originally sitting, Xiao He was happily gnawing on a few pieces of carefully cooked demon beast bones. After confirming that Xiao He could use a combat skill like swallow the sky, Xiao He's status in the eyes of Huang Tang and his team rose sharply. Bloody lowly? That group of people is too ridiculous. Xiao He is so cute. How can they give her such a title? Wenren Xiu grabbed a demon beast leg and gave it to Xiao He. Xiao He didn't even lift her eyelids. She grabbed the table with her claws and cut off a demon beast leg. Except for her master, Yun Sheng, she ignored all the food that was handed to her. Actually, it was quite bloody. I didn't expect Yun Sheng's needles to be so powerful. Mu Nanyan was the closest to Yun Sheng at the competition that day. Although she didn't see how Yun Sheng did it, she was sure that Yun Sheng's technique was faster than old Feng Kuo's. A little girl, unless she had been practicing martial arts since she was in her mother's womb, how could she kill He De and He Si so quickly? That day, when Yun Sheng was bathed in blood and pulled out the needles calmly, she was like the god of death. The title of Bloody Lowly was well deserved. Let's not mention this in front of Yun Sheng. Although we haven't been with that child for long, she's like a dusty pearl, gradually emitting a luster that belongs to her. She's our teammate and has her own secrets. However, we won't ask too much. Feng Kuo's face was calm. That day, he saw killing intent in Yun Sheng's eyes, but he didn't see madness. This made Feng Kuo admire Yun Sheng even more. She killed those who needed to be killed, but it was not to the extent that killing became her second nature. She was a child who was so calm that people could not help but fear her. Speaking of which, where is she now? Logically speaking, after the examination is over, she should have a good rest. Why do I feel that she is busier than before? Other than this Xiao He dog. Lord Black, Xiao Sheng is nowhere to be seen. Mu Nanyan was puzzled. Wenren Xiu was drinking wine. Hearing Mu Nanyan's question, he coughed. He was thinking in his heart, should I gossip about Xiao Sheng's gambling? No one could guess what Yun Sheng was busy with at this time. Even Wenren Xiu, who vaguely knew the truth, only thought that Yun Sheng made a lot of money by gambling. But in fact, Yun Sheng's income was far more than the gambling money. As soon as the B-level examination was over, Yun Sheng immediately rushed to see Antong. The things that she had asked Lin Yao to do should have a result. In Antong, Lin Yao was using the abacus to report to Yun Sheng about the expenses of the B-level examination in the past few days. According to the odds, the 100,000 gambling money suddenly doubled to 700,000 gold coins. After returning 200,000 gold coins to Wenren Xiu, Yun Sheng still had 500,000 gold coins left. But that was just gambling money. According to Dr. Yun's instructions, we sold 100 baskets of tomatoes, rotten eggs, stones, and rotten cabbage leaves. Including the transportation, the total cost was 500 gold coins. In addition, we hired 10 storytellers and 10 writers to tell a lot of stories and copy them. The cost was 18,000 gold coins. We bought 1,000 blank memory disks and the total cost was 80,000 gold coins. When Lin Yao first bought these things, she secretly clicked her tongue. Dr. Yun spent nearly 100,000 gold coins in one go. Dr. Yun was very generous. This made Lin Yao even more convinced that Yun Sheng must be a child of an aristocratic family. That was why she was so generous. But after a few days, when she saw the income, Lin Yao immediately changed her point of view. If there was an investment, there would be an income. The storytellers and writers spread rumors in the major restaurants, as well as the various paper materials that were copied. The Black Valiant hunting squad was so black that even their own mother wanted to strangle them when they were born. After the competition, the remaining 2 members of the Black Valiant hunting squad left Mount Daoi dejectedly. They didn't even have time to arrange Haida and Hei-Si's funeral. The 18,000 gold coins were well spent. Those fruits, vegetables, eggs, and stones that were originally sold at a low price also increased by 10 times. They earned a total of more than 7,000 gold coins. But the most impressive thing was the 1,000 blank memory discs. Lin Yao was also a magician. She also knew that the blank memory discs were used to memorize magic. They could clearly record sounds and effects. Other than recording all kinds of magic, their biggest use was for some magic students to record all kinds of magic that their tutors used in class. It was used for revision or to skip class. The price of the blank memory discs was not cheap. 1 discs cost 80 gold coins. When Yun Xing bought 1,000 discs in one go, Lin Yao was very depressed. Who would have thought that after the end of the B-level assessment, when the Phoenix Hunter team defeated the Black Valiant team, those hunters who were regretting that they did not have the admission ticket sighed. However, the memory disc of the B-level assessment was released on the market. Not only did the discs clearly record the entire process of the competition, but it also included the taunts that the Black Valiant hunting squad encountered when they entered the arena. It also included the whole process of the bizarre deaths of Big Black and Big Black. The memory discs were complete and clear. They reproduced the entire process of the competition. So when this memory discs were released on the market, it was immediately snatched up. In the end, the memory discs that cost less than 80 gold coins were sold at a shocking price of 1,000 to 1,500 gold coins each. This also created a new record in the history of using a memory discs to record a competition. Everyone was guessing who it was that had recorded the first memory scroll. 1,000 discs of memory discs eventually earned a high return of more than 1 million gold coins. This shocking amount of wealth made Lin Yao completely dumbfounded. Using the memory discs to copy the entire process of the B-rank assessment and reselling it. This idea was not unfamiliar to Yun Sheng, who had experienced countless pirated CDs. When she used the intermediate magic discs given by Mary to learn magic, she was already inspired. This time, the battle between Phoenix Hunting Squad and the Black Valiant Hunting Squad gave her a real practical battlefield. But she didn't expect that the people of the Wuxia continent would have such a high demand for this kind of pirated discs. 1,000 discs of memory discs, the supply simply couldn't meet the demand. Yun Xing couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. The people of the Wuxia continent who don't have the internet and entertainment activities are really too sad. Miracle Dr. Yun, should we take some measures? I heard that there are already people imitating our memory discs on the market. Lin Yao saw that there was money to be made, so she wanted to distribute more memory discs. No need, 1,000 discs. The market is almost saturated. We should stop while we are ahead, so as to avoid people finding out that the Xiantong is involved in this incident. Yun Xing thought for a moment. The so-called windfall was just a one-time fortune. She still wanted to focus on the development of the Xiantong, which was more reliable. After the assessment, Yun Xing became a little rich woman with a bulging purse. Chapter 167. The hunter assessment had ended, but the storm caused by this assessment had just begun. A magic scroll that could be sold for 1,000 gold coins, and the cost of a blank memory scroll was only 80 gold coins. Naturally, there were a lot of people who wanted to do such a profitable business with little capital. But soon, some people found out that the magic scroll they bought could not be copied. If anyone tried to copy the scroll would immediately self-destruct and be destroyed. What was certain was that the person who made this combat magic scroll had already anticipated that someone would copy it. He had drawn an anti-copy fire magic array on the magic scroll. As a result, the B-level assessment battle in Mount Daoi became even more mysterious. The people who bought the scroll saw it as something they could show off. These days, the most common question the hunters in Mount Daoi would ask when they met wasn't about the weather or what kind of mission they had. Instead, it was about whether they had bought the combat magic scroll or not. At this time, no one cared about the failure of the assessment, the whereabouts of the Black Valiant Hunter team. On a moonless night, outside the hunter acropolis of Mount Daoi, there were only a few crooked short trees on the boundless plain. Black 2 and Black 3 bent their backs and knelt on the ground. In front of them stood a man. The man's back was facing the two of them, so they could not see his face. But his stalwart body and the aura of death emitted from him made the plain even colder. The man held an open combat magic scroll in his hand. This scroll was the B-level assessment battle that took place in the arena of Mount Daoi 2 days ago. When the summoner from Huangtung approached Black 4 and cut off his wrist, the man groaned and closed the magic scroll in his hand. That's not a great fighting skill. It's just a medical skill. The other side used a doctor's knife technique. The man's tone was cold enough to drip water. His voice fell into the ears of Black 2 and Black 3, and the two could not help but shiver. A doctor's knife technique. They were warriors of the later Qin Dark Camp, but they lost in the hands of a doctor. Black 2 and Black 3 felt as if they had been slapped twice in the face. The boss was dead, the fourth was also dead. They didn't even have time to take the bodies away. They just hurriedly bought this battle magic light axis in order to find out the real origin of the summoner. He thought that the other side would be an extraordinary expert or a spy sent by the great Zhou country, but who would have thought that she was just a doctor? You failed your mission and exposed your identity as later Qin spies. I don't need to teach you what to do. The man still did not turn around, but his words had already sentenced Black 2 and Black 3 to death. Originally, Black 2 and Black 3 did not have to die, but their identity had been seen through. Coupled with this magic scroll, if they returned to later Qin, it was equivalent to exposing the entire Dark Camp. The two brothers would die. Dark Prince, please let us go. We have beheaded nearly 100 Zhou State C-class hunters. We have completed the mission given to us by the organization. Please. Black 2 and Black 3 begged, wanting to live. It turned out that the man in black was the Crown Prince of later Qin. The Dark Prince of later Qin was famous among the 5 countries of the mainland. His Dark Camp was the best spy and assassination organization in later Qin. In the Dark Camp, there were 50 first-class warriors, all of whom were above the martial Great Master level. There were 300 second-class warriors, all of whom were above the martial Venerable level. There were 1,000 third-class warriors, all of whom were above the Great Master level. Although the 4 brothers were only at the martial Venerable level, they were cunning and cruel. In the past 2 years, there was a trend of them advancing from third-class warriors to second-class warriors. Losing 4 quasi-second-rate martial artists in one go gave the Dark Crown Prince a headache. Okay, I'll give you a chance. I'll count to 10. After 10, I'll make a move. If you can escape, I'll let you live. The Dark Prince seemed to be unable to bear it. As soon as he finished speaking, Black 3, who was kneeling on the ground, jumped up and ran desperately to the open field in the south. Black 2, on the other hand, was like a fool. He knelt on the ground and did not move. The Dark Prince did not even lift his eyelids. He could only hear him counting in a low voice, 1, 2, when he counted to 10, Black 3 had already run thousands of meters away. At such a distance, only a magician could succeed in one shot. However, the Dark Prince was a warrior. A warrior whose cultivation was unpredictable and had never shown his skills in front of his subordinates. The wind seemed to be blowing stronger. Black 2, who was kneeling on the ground, did not even dare to lift his head. He could only see the Dark Prince's feet. Suddenly, the pair of dark-colored boots disappeared. The Dark Prince's figure merged into the night. In the distance, Black 3, who was running with all his might, burst into a bloody mist. His body was torn in half. The Dark Prince's hand was covered with fine scales. It did not look like a human's hand at all. He pierced through Black 3's body with his bare hands. Both Black 3 and Black 2 saw how he did it. Black 3, who was wearing armor, had no resistance at all. He was torn in half alive. In the dark night, the Dark Prince's eyes emitted a scarlet light. His face was also revealed. It was a resolute, masculine face with a head of wild black hair. The Dark Prince was like a lone wolf in the desert. He casually threw Black 3's body away like a piece of paper. "Why didn't you run?" The Dark Prince did not kill Black 2 immediately. If he remembered correctly, Black 2 was the most meticulous one among the 4 brothers of the Black family. The Dark Prince has successfully merged with the blood of the King of Beasts. In this world, other than those top existences, no one can escape from your hands. Black 2's face was pale. Within a few days, he was the only one left among the 4 brothers of the Black family. Life and death were no longer that frightening to him. "You're smart. Tell me a reason not to kill you." The fine scales on the Dark Prince's hand quickly faded. His hand returned to its original appearance. It was a pair of exquisite, aristocratic hands. "This subordinate knows that I've disgraced Later Qin and deserve to die. However, when this subordinate went to Mount Daoi this time, I met someone. I believe that the Dark Prince will be interested in his whereabouts." Black 2 licked his dry lips. He wanted to make up for his mistake. "Who is it?" The Dark Prince seemed to be interested. "Immortal Residence, Holy Wind King." Then, Black 3 tore open a wound on his forehead. That wound was left a few days ago when he was ambushed by a stone in the arena. There was still a portion of elven magic power left on the wound. Chapter 168. Yun Sheng had a headache. When she found out that her disguise magic was actually seen through, the joy of becoming a rich woman was immediately washed away. Soon after Yun Sheng walked out of the Xiantong, the divine wind from the immortal Ju country, like a ghost, followed Yun Sheng. No matter how hard Yun Sheng tried, she couldn't get rid of him. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Yun Sheng saw that she couldn't get rid of him, so she had to stop and put on the posture of a shrew. "Little lowly, don't pretend, I recognize your smell." "No, I'll call you bloody lowly. It's really not easy to catch you. Your magic is quite special, TSK, compared to the previous illusion earring, it's much more effective." Divine wind circled around Yun Sheng, just like a puppy. Bad, she was really seen through. It was not surprising that the illusion earring was seen through. After all, it was just an ordinary magic tool. It was normal for Yun Sheng's real appearance to be seen through by a magician with amazing insight. But why didn't the disguise magic work? After Yun Sheng learned the disguise magic, she had never been seen through. Today, she planned to go to the Xiantong, so she disguised herself as a 15 or 16-year-old girl. But just as she walked out of the inn, she didn't know where she exposed her flaw, but she was seen through by divine wind. "My magic attribute is wind, so I'm more sensitive than anyone else. You have a very nice smell on you, like the fragrance of herbs. I noticed it from the very beginning. This is your unique smell, I definitely won't remember it wrongly." Divine wind was still recklessly moving closer to Yun Sheng's neck. Divine wind's words were not comprehensive. Not every magician with wind attribute could catch the wind like him, and see through the disguise magic. Yun Sheng's disguise magic, because it was not officially recorded in the magic book of the temple, only a few people in the continent could see through it. However, Yun Sheng encountered divine wind. The fragrance on Yun Sheng's body was naturally because she had been in contact with various medicinal herbs all year round. In addition, she cultivated orthodox Taoist techniques, so her body naturally carried a delicate fragrance. It was this smell that exposed Yunsheng's identity. Divine Wind had the inheritance of the elves. Within a radius of a few miles, every breeze and every flowing air could be turned into his tool. If Divine Wind's actions were seen by his subordinates, they would probably shout that it was improper and unbecoming of the imperial family. The descendants of elves had never liked the human race. They thought that the human race was cunning and dirty. Divine Wind was also like this in the past, but she had an inexplicable good impression of Yunsheng. She even liked the aura on her body. Ever since that day when Yunsheng shocked everyone in the competition and transformed into a bloody little loli, Divine Wind had been looking for all kinds of opportunities to stop Yunsheng. Xiao Hei's swallowing the heavens battle technique was very magical. Divine Wind planned to borrow Xiao Hei from Yunsheng to study it. Borrow Xiao Hei? No. Yunsheng was on guard and took a few steps back. Divine Wind had a beautiful face, which made people have a good impression of her. However, when she heard from Wenren Xiu that the elf tribe didn't discriminate between men and women before the age of 20, Yunsheng became wary of Divine Wind. Physically, she was still a lowly, but mentally, she was definitely a mature woman. After experiencing Lu Minglang's emotional trauma in her previous life, she had a natural resistance to men. Even if Divine Wind was now a half-male, half-female descendant of the elves, it was still not enough. Don't be so stingy. How about I give you something in exchange? I just want to borrow your summoned beast to take a look. Just for a day, just for a day. Divine Wind's face was drooling as she came closer. Looking at her shocking face up close, Yunsheng's eyes were even more dazzling. Yunsheng could even clearly see her almost transparent skin and thick fan-like eyelashes. Fortunately, Yunsheng was calm enough and did not panic at this crucial moment. An item from the Elven Kingdom to borrow her summoned beast for a day. Yunsheng's heart began to beat faster. Moreover, he only said that he wanted to borrow her summoned beast. She had seen the magic power of Divine Wind's magic that had almost destroyed the entire competition that day. The magic of the elves were all secrets. Compared to the magic of the human race, it was much more advanced. An item from the elves would definitely not be simple. You really just want to borrow my summoned beast to take a look? Yunsheng cautiously took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Divine Wind. Elves will not deceive people. Divine Wind's face was full of sincerity. But at the same time, Divine Wind's face suddenly changed. He grabbed Yunsheng and protected her behind him. Since when did the dignified Divine Wind King learn how to abduct innocent women? Like a black cloud pressing down on them, the Dark Prince appeared in front of them with Hei'er without any warning. Yunsheng recognized Hei'er, but who was that young man who suddenly appeared? He was wearing a black and gold dragon-patterned battle robe. He had a pair of extremely captivating slender phoenix eyes and a straight nose. His figure was comparable to the 2-meter-tall Divine Wind. This man's whole body exuded a wild beauty. Just by looking at him, Yunsheng had an instinctive sense of danger. This person gave her the feeling of a proud wolf king, who would use his big hands to tear people in half at any time. I was wondering who would be so rude to interrupt this king's conversation with someone. So it's later Qin's Dark Crown Prince. Divine Wind didn't need to turn his head to feel that the little lowly behind him was sizing up the Dark Crown Prince with an inquisitive gaze. Divine Wind's slender figure seemed weak compared to the Dark Crown Prince, which made Divine Wind very dissatisfied. I only have good intentions. I can't bear to let that girl be fooled by you. Most of the elves pay attention to honesty, but only the Wind Elves have erratic personalities and are temperamental. The Dark Crown Prince's gaze seemed to pass by Divine Wind and looked at Yunsheng, who was covered by Divine Wind. Her complexion was sallow and she was very thin. She didn't have a figure nor an appearance. She looked like a very ordinary human girl. But why would the proud and reserved Divine Wind King look at her differently? The Dark Crown Prince thought to himself. Yunsheng had the ability to disguise herself. Other than Divine Wind, neither Black 3 nor the Dark Crown Prince recognized that Yunsheng was that bloody lowly from the ruthless Bright Black Guard hunting team in the arena earlier. Bah, how can the Dark Crown Prince, who can use a human head as a wine bottle, be so kind? Little girl, look carefully. Next time you see this person, run away immediately. He is the famous tyrant Crown Prince, Wuxia. Divine Wind pointed at Wuxia. Originally, he thought that after he said Wuxia's name, Yunsheng would definitely be frightened to the point that her face would turn pale. He would also be able to comfort the little lowly's frightened little heart. Who knew that after a while, Yunsheng still had a confused expression. Have you never heard of this tyrant Crown Prince? Then you should have heard of the Wuxia 5 Jade Annulus, right? Divine Wind made a fuss. What's the Wuxia 5 Jade Annulus? It's very famous. Is it a person or a treasure? Yunsheng's words shocked the Dark Crown Prince and his face darkened. Chapter 169. Shen Feng's mouth was wide open, revealing a mouthful of sparkling white teeth. It was as if he had seen a new continent. You actually don't know about the Wuxia 5 Jade Annulus? Are you from the Wuxia continent? Actually, I'm not. I'm just a passerby who was accidentally given the good person card and stayed as a permanent resident. Yunsheng pouted. She wasn't surprised by Shen Feng's identity. Wenren Xiu had already said that Shen Feng might be a member of the Immortal Abode's imperial family. She just didn't expect him to be a prince of the Immortal Abode. The Wuxia 5 Jade Annulus isn't a person. No, they're a person. I'm referring to the 5 newly emerged geniuses who are as flawless as Jade. They are the first Jade, Tang Yuan's second Prince Li Xiao. The second Jade, Penlai's Prince Regent Ji Rumo. The third Jade, Immortal Abode Shenfeng clan. Hee, that's me. The fourth Jade, later Qin's Dark Prince Wuxia. The fifth Jade. Before Shenfeng finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Dark Prince's snort. Flawless Jade, they really are flawless. Yunsheng glanced at the two of them. In terms of temperament and appearance, if the two of them were placed in the modern era, they would definitely be screen killers with both strength and idols. In addition, with their background and cultivation, they were worthy of being called the nation's Jade Annulus. You dare to be ranked in front of me and call yourself the third Jade? The Dark Prince was very dissatisfied with Shen Feng's explanation. A dense pressure was emitted from his body. It was as if the air in the surroundings was instantly sucked dry by someone. Yunsheng immediately felt that it was difficult to breathe. Such a dense murderous aura. That Dark Prince must be someone who has walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The battle aura he cultivates must also be of the murderous aura type. Suddenly, a light breeze blew over, blowing away that dense killing intent that was suffocating to the point of suffocation. Shen Feng's sparkling eyes carried a bit of worry as he looked at Yunsheng with concern. Wuxia, that ranking is publicly acknowledged by everyone. If you have a temper, then take it out on me. Why are you venting your anger on her? Seeing Divine Wind's expression as if someone had touched his reverse scale, the Dark Prince's eyes deepened. Divine Wind, the others were all ranked according to the year, month, and day of birth. Only you and I were born on the same year, month, and day. Why are you ranked before me? I've said it before. Unless you and I have a real fight, don't even think about calling yourself the third wall of Wuxia in front of anyone. Damn, Yunsheng finally understood. As it turned out, the reason why these two arrogant princes and the Crown Prince disliked each other was because there was a conflict over the order of the Wuxia 5 Jade Annulus. The hidden Crown Prince had found someone to challenge. Who said that those who are strong should be ranked first? If you want to challenge someone so much, why don't you challenge Xiao Wenshu? Divine Wind was also furious. He was having a good conversation with the little lowly when this eccentric fellow suddenly came out of nowhere. What a killjoy! Xia Wenshu is also one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. Shouldn't the last person of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus be the Crown Prince of Zhou State? Yun Xing only reacted after hearing Xia Wenshu's name. According to what Divine Wind said, she thought that the last person of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus should be someone from Zhou State. The Crown Prince of Zhou State. How can that kind of idiot be ranked with us? Divine Wind's face was filled with disdain. It was no wonder that Divine Wind would have such a reaction. Thinking back to when Yun Sheng was in the Imperial Magic Academy, the Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Balian, was the #1 person in the Imperial Magic Academy. However, he was only a great magician. Compared to Divine Wind and the Dark Crown Prince, not to mention his cultivation, just his appearance and temperament were far superior to Yi Balian's. As for Xia Wenshu of the Temple of Dharma, although his status wasn't as high as the other four, because of his talent in magic and the power of the Temple of Dharma, he replaced the Crown Prince of Zhou State and became the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. The order of the 5 Jade Annulus was indeed based on the time they became famous and their age. Among them, Tang Yuan and Li Xiao were the oldest at 19 years old. Xia Wenshu was the youngest at 15 years old. However, when it came to Dugu Xiu and Divine Wind, their ages were about the same. They were both 16 or 17 years old. For some reason, Divine Wind was ranked ahead of Dugu Xiu. As for who was the strongest of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus, there were many opinions on the continent. However, Xia Wenshu of the Temple of Dharma was publicly recognized as the top 3 of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. Divine Wind pondered for a moment and said sourly, "Little lowly, how can you only recognize Xia Wenshu and not me?" Divine Wind was very upset. As the Divine Wind King of the Immortal Abode, he was a proud son of the heavens and usually didn't put Xia Wenshu in his eyes. Divine Wind's temper was like that of a child's. He was clearly happy and angry. A moment ago, he was still laughing and joking with Yun Sheng, but now, he had a sour expression. Yun Sheng and Xia Wenshu seemed to be very familiar with each other, which made Divine Wind feel sour in his heart for some reason. Enough. Do you want to fight or not? The Dark Prince didn't have time to listen to Divine Wind's nonsense. It was because he was unconvinced by the rankings that the Dark Prince, Dugu Xiu, had been chasing Divine Wind all over the continent ever since the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus title appeared 5 years ago. However, Divine Wind came and went without a trace and rarely left the Immortal Abode. The few times they met, Divine Wind relied on his strange wind spirit movement technique to escape from Dugu Xiu. Until this time, when Black 3 was accidentally attacked by Divine Wind Stone because of the B-rank examination, there was still a portion of magic aura left on it. That was why the Dark Prince tracked him down. Fight, of course I'll fight. But before that, you have to catch up to me first. Divine Wind smiled slyly. He suddenly hugged Yun Sheng's slender waist and a pair of green wind wings appeared on his back. His long legs kicked off the ground and he rushed into the sky. In terms of fighting, the Divine Wind King might not be stronger than the Dark Prince. However, in terms of escaping, other than the few old existences in the few big countries, no one in the younger generation dared to claim to be the best in the world if the Divine Wind King claimed to be the second best. This was also the reason why Dugu Xiu hadn't succeeded in catching up to Divine Wind for the past 5 to 6 years. However, this time, the Dark Crown Prince came prepared. This move again. Do you think that I'll let you escape again? The Dark Prince frowned. His Qilin armor made a clattering sound and he followed closely behind Divine Wind as if he was stepping on clouds. If it was just Divine Wind alone, Dugu Xiu might not be able to catch up to him. But this time, Divine Wind also brought along Yun Sheng. His movement technique would more or less be affected. With Divine Wind in front and the Dark Prince behind, both of them were top existences among the younger generation. On the streets of Mount Daoi, two figures quickly flashed past. Those hunters only had time to see the figures flash past. Who are they? What a fast movement technique. What answered them was only a gust of wind. Seeing that the city was noisy, Divine Wind didn't let go of Yun Sheng and directly ran out of the city. Chapter 170. Divine Wind carried Yun Sheng and passed through the city gate. It was Yun Sheng's first time seeing the beautiful green wings on the back of an elf descendant. Upon closer inspection, the wings weren't innate. The wings were condensed from magic elements and could freely control the speed of the surrounding wind. Flying like this made Yun Sheng feel as if she was riding on a glider. The journey was smooth and there weren't any bumps at all. Riding the wind, her light golden hair spread out and fluttered in the wind. Her originally exquisite facial features became even more vivid and beautiful under the sunlight. The elf race was indeed as beautiful as immortals. Little lowly, the scenery above isn't bad, right? You're the first person to enjoy such treatment. Divine Wind lowered his head dotingly. Because of their elf bloodline, many members of the immortal resident's imperial family were born with exquisite appearances. However, Divine Wind only had a special feeling for this soft little lowly in his arms. Divine Wind even had a thought. It would be great if they could continue flying like this. It wouldn't be bad to kidnap this little lowly back to the immortal residence. However, good things didn't last long. As soon as the two left the city gate, they heard the sound of crossbows piercing through the air. Chain crossbows. Those were the crossbows used by the Qin army. Dozens of black iron pellets shot towards the Divine Wind King. Divine Wind clicked his tongue and a trace of impatience appeared on his face. What a cunning dark crown prince. He actually set up an ambush outside the city. This was something that Divine Wind didn't expect. He casually waved his sleeves and a green vortex appeared on his gorgeous robe. The vortex was formed by wind elements and all the iron pellets were sucked into the vortex. The whirlwind pushed in the opposite direction, and the iron pellets that were originally aimed at Divine Wind and the others were all sent back to the ambushing soldiers. Several figures fell out of the whirlwind, their chests full of holes from the iron pellets. Divine Wind King, where are you running to? While Divine Wind was retaliating, the Dark Crown Prince also took the opportunity to attack. Several of his elite subordinates were shot and killed, but the Dark Crown Prince didn't even frown. Although he didn't have wings of the wind like Shenfeng, his battle chi had already been cultivated to the point of perfection. Following the tuck-tuck-tuck sounds from the city wall, he soared into the air, leaping hundreds of feet high. His muscular arms carried a ferocious aura as he attacked the Divine Wind King's wings with a black tiger steals the heart. The Divine Wind King didn't turn his head. The wings on his back suddenly contracted, and Yun Sheng only felt that her body was falling in a straight line. It was like a racing car that suddenly came to an emergency brake. This fall just happened to avoid the Dark Crown Prince's iron fist. Halfway down, the wings of wind formed behind the Divine Wind King's back again. He looked down at Yun Sheng and grinned. Little lowly, I'll bring you down now. Divine Wind was very considerate. If an ordinary person did not have the protection of a wind spirit, it would be very difficult for them to adapt to flying at high altitudes for long periods of time. Unexpectedly, Yun Sheng said uneasily, "Wait a minute, fly higher." Little lowly, what's wrong? You can't bear to go down. This king's embrace isn't bad, right? Divine Wind teased. However, he still flapped his wings of wind in a good temper, rising hundreds of feet higher. Yun Sheng poked her head out and bent down to look down. When she saw it, her expression changed abruptly. Shenfeng casually looked down as well. In the next moment, his smiling face froze. Outside Mount Daoi's hunter-guard city was a verdant mountain forest. Birds chirped there, and the mountains were quiet. It was usually a beautiful scene. But today, this tranquil mountain scenery was broken. Although they were high up in the sky, a faint earthquake could be felt at this moment. As far as the eye could see, the verdant mountain ridge in the distance was rapidly peeling away at the speed of a blink of an eye. It was like low-quality paint that faded away after being washed by water. Other than the trees, the beasts in the mountains were also rioting. They were running towards Mount Daoi at a very fast speed. The Dark Crown Prince had already arrived. He followed Divine Wind's line of sight and looked over. The distance was too far. Even with Divine Wind and Dark Crown Prince's eyesight, they couldn't see what was going on in front of them. Could it be an earthquake or a landslide? Divine Wind muttered. I'm afraid it's neither. It's a beast tide. The words of the little one in his arms were earth-shattering, frightening Divine Wind King and Dark Crown Prince. Beast tide. There was a beast tide near Mount Daoi, but there weren't any groups of magical beasts living nearby. There were only some ordinary wild beasts in the mountains. How could there be a beast tide? Perhaps, it's not a very powerful magical beast. It might be very small, but because there are so many of them, it can form a beast tide that isn't small. Yun Sheng was a summoner. Among the three of them, her cultivation was the weakest. However, she could feel a powerful beast language wave that was constantly approaching. In the continent where magical beasts and humans coexisted, beast tides weren't rare. According to the scale of beast tides, they were divided into 100 beast tides, 1,000 beast tides, 10,000 beast tides, and the legendary beast tides of 100,000 or even 1,000,000. However, those beast tides of a larger scale all appeared before the magical beasts were expelled from the boundless continent. In the past few thousand years, the frequency of beast tides happening was already very low. However, Yun Sheng was sure that the beast tide that was about to affect Mount Daoi and even destroy the entire southern border of Zhou State wouldn't be small. It wasn't a very powerful magical beast, but it had the power to cause landslides and split the earth. Ridiculous, unheard of, unheard of. Divine Wind King, don't tell me you also believe her nonsense. The Dark Crown Prince's long and narrow eyes were filled with disdain. A weak girl who only knew how to hide behind Divine Wind King actually dared to talk nonsense in front of the Dark Crown Prince, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Divine Wind smiled bitterly. I also don't want to believe it, but look ahead. It seems that little Loli is right. We're really fucking unlucky to have encountered a beast tide. A few hunters ran over as if they had gone mad. They didn't even dare to look back and used all their strength to run towards Mount Daoi Citadel. They shouted, "Beast, beast tide, beast ants, help, help." It was actually beast ants. They weren't very powerful, but their numbers were very shocking. They were like a black tide that was covered by dark clouds. They were boundless, long, and wide. They quickly moved between dozens of mountain ridges. Wherever they went, trees were uprooted and rocks were turned into powder. Although the ants were small, they couldn't withstand their numbers. A small beast ant might only be a few centimeters in size. To form such a large beast tide, it would require at least 10,000 or even 100,000 beast ants. Under the lead of the Ant King, they went crazy and devoured the mountain ridges, wild beasts, and even humans. The beast ants were undoubtedly fatal. Go! Divine Wind swept Yun Sheng up and quickly flew towards the sky. The Dark Crown Prince also raised his Do Chi and jumped onto the highest tree in the vicinity. Huff, huff. The few hunters who were out on a mission and unfortunately encountered the beast ant tide were about to reach Daoi Mountain City. However, the beast ants behind them, who were in a killing frenzy, kept chasing after them and were about to swallow their elbows. Hua, the last hunter, didn't escape fast enough and was swept into the beast tide. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a living person into a pile of bones. Chapter 171. Countless ant beasts crawled over the hunters' corpses. Each of them was the size of half a thumb. Their eyes emitted green light as they waved their sharp ant pincers. What was even more perverted was that a portion of the ant beasts were flying ants. They flapped their wings like grasshoppers and leaped into the trees and the sky. Even Divine Wind, who had already flown into the sky, was not spared. He had to dodge in the air. The flying ants seemed to have noticed that the scent on Divine Wind's body was very special. It was as if they had smelled honey and all of them flew over. The rest of them turned their attention and flew towards the tree where the Dark Prince was hiding. The Dark Prince's subordinates, including Black 3, were not spared. They were all swallowed by the crazy ant tide and turned into white bones. Numerous wind scythes slashed across the sky. Before the flying ants could get close, they were cut in half. However, there were too many of them. A few flying ants took advantage of the gap and stopped on Divine Wind King's wind wings. I've seen perverted beasts, but I've never seen such perverted beasts. Where did these things come from? Divine Wind screamed. The magical elements that he had condensed into wind wings were being nibbled away by these inconspicuous things. To think that he could even devour mana. How shameless. Divine Wind was twisting and turning in the air like a kite with a broken string. We won't be able to hold on for long. Looking at the ant beasts, they're probably going to attack Mount Daoi Guard City. You're the fastest among us. Return to Mount Daoi first and inform the hunters and guards in the city. Yunsheng saw that the ant tide was getting more and more intense. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape easily today. Huang Tang and the other two were still in the city, as well as Lin Yao, and the rest. Yunsheng couldn't leave them behind. No, I can't leave you behind. How could Shenfeng not be worried about his companions from the Immortal Keeper Nation? However, if he left, the little lowly would be all alone. There was also the Dark Crown Prince, who knew if he would stab him in the back. Unknowingly, Divine Wind had regarded Yunsheng as more important than his companions. When he realized this, he couldn't help but be startled. Yunsheng pursed her lips. Did she really think that her title of Bloody Lowly was a joke? She might as well use her actions to prove herself. She pointed at the wings of wind on Divine Wind's back. Can you get me a pair of those? Kamikaze's facial muscles trembled. If these words were said by someone else, Divine Wind might have used a wind sickle to chop that person into pieces. However, these words came from Yunsheng's mouth, so he didn't say anything. Only the heavens knew how precious the wings of wind were. Other than sky mages, only the elves could possess magical wings. Yunsheng's tone sounded as if she was asking how much the 2 cabbages cost per caddy. Wings of the wind were condensed from magic elements, so Divine Wind naturally had a way to condense a pair for her. Divine Wind hesitated for a moment, then gathered a touch of pure wind element between his hands. He placed his palms flat on Yunsheng's back, and a cold and light magic element was injected into Yunsheng's body. Yunsheng only felt that the wind magic spirit in her body instantly became active. Feeling the change in Yunsheng's body, Divine Wind couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He originally thought that Yunsheng was only a fire mage, but according to the current situation, she was also a multi-element mage. Yunsheng only felt that her body was a lot lighter. Her back slowly stretched out, and a pair of beautiful wings of wind appeared on her back like a butterfly's wings. Yunsheng originally knew the primary wind magic levitation technique. With the wings of wind, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. She raised her magic scepter, and her mouth fluently chanted, "Fire element, invincible, fire continuous critical strike." She waved her magic scepter, and her beautiful body swayed with the wind. She was like a willow branch dancing gracefully in the spring breeze. On the enigmatic scepter, the red soul stone was mixed with a dense wind aura. This feeling was the aura of a wind fairy. He didn't expect this little lowly's first soul stone to be blessed by a fairy. It had been many years since a human who could receive such treatment appeared. No wonder Divine Wind felt a sense of intimacy when he first saw her. Divine Wind couldn't help but be stunned. But then, a scene that made Divine Wind King even more unable to close his mouth happened. On the magic scepter, balls of fierce fire shot out like cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. 3 intense fire explosions instantly exploded on the ground. Blazing flames shot out from the fire explosions, and countless heat waves rolled out, sweeping towards the ant swarm. The flame's temperature was no less than 1,000 degrees, and the small beast ants were immediately burned to death. The ant beasts that were originally surging forward were in a mess. The flames burned the sky, and once the tongues of the flames touched the wings of the flying ants, they immediately turned into bright fireflies. Under the pressure of the flames, most of the ants that came into contact with the flames were directly burned to death. A portion of the lucky ones burrowed into the ground. The countless beast ants that were entrenched earlier were blown to ashes, and there was a large hole in the ground. The beast ants that were surging forward also smelled the scent of death. They were so frightened by the terrifying destructive power that they stopped moving forward. However, Yun Sheng was very clear that the fire explosion's deterrence was only temporary. When the fire was slightly smaller, the beast ants would definitely make a comeback and continue to advance towards Mount Daoi. Insects and ants were the most afraid of fire. Yun Sheng's fire explosion's power was not to be underestimated. It happened to be the natural enemy of these ant beasts. If her father, Yun Songhai, was here now, he would be able to return to his peak state back then. Even if he could not repel this beast tide, he would be able to cause devastating damage to the beast ants. It was a pity that her cultivation was limited. 3 consecutive fire explosions had already reached her limit. The fire magical elements in her body had already been squandered. She had no choice but to use the beast language ring's meditation water to quickly replenish it before she could launch the next round of fire explosion. Seeing the situation, Divine Wind also knew that Yun Sheng could temporarily suppress the situation. He kept his wind wings and landed under the tree where the Dark Prince was. "Duga Xiu, I will temporarily hand her over to you. If anything happens to her, I will definitely make you pay the price in blood." When he said this, Divine Wind no longer had the playful smile of the past. His dark green eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. The Dark Prince was also fearful of Yun Sheng's fire explosion just now. He thought to himself, so that girl's abilities are not weak. But the strange thing is that the magic scepter she used just now only has 1 soul stone. Logically speaking, she should only be a sorcerer. However, regardless of whether it is the fire explosion or her incantation speed, they are all more powerful than those great magicians. Who is she? Is she really just an ordinary hunter from Zhou State? The Dark Prince grunted and did not reply. Based on Divine Wind's understanding of him, the Dark Prince reluctantly agreed. Divine Wind did not stay any longer. He turned into a green light and streaked towards Mount Daoi Guard City like a shooting star disappearing in the sky. Half an hour passed. Yun Sheng had already drunk the 9th bottle of meditation water. Chapter 172. Oh no, this is the last bottle of meditation water. After throwing away the last bottle of meditation water, Yun Sheng couldn't remain calm. If the guards still don't come, I'm really going to be eaten alive by this group of persistent ant beasts. While Yun Sheng was hesitating, a few cunning flying ants took the opportunity to land on her magic wings that were already on the verge of collapse and ruthlessly gnawed on the magic elements. Yun Sheng was on her guard. She gritted her teeth and cast a levitation spell. She floated a few inches higher and pulled some distance away from the densely packed ant beasts on the ground. Not far away, the Dark Prince was like a stubborn rock, motionless. After Divine Wind left, he maintained the same posture. He didn't take the initiative to retreat or run away. He emitted a murderous aura that was as sharp as a blade. With just a glare, the nearby ant beasts immediately bounced away as if they had encountered a fire. Yun Sheng suspected that the Dark Prince only had a volcano. If those ant beasts got any closer, they would probably be killed instantly. Just as Yun Sheng was cursing the Dark Prince in her heart for fighting the ant tied alone. Woo 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 woo, a strange insect sound came from the ground. The insect sound came from the deepest part of the ground and sounded very much like a human's mumbling. When it fell into a person's ears, it made them feel distracted and it was hard to raise their spirits. As the sound became louder and louder, the ground protruded and a hole opened up. From the hole, a rotten smell like that of a corpse emitted out. The ant beasts that were originally restless all carefully gathered towards the hole. Upon closer inspection, their antennae were all drooping down as if they were commoners seeing an emperor and bowing in respect. A giant ant the size of a dog crawled out from the ground. Although it was called an ant, it was at least 10 times larger than other ant beasts. Its size was about the same as Xiao He and its exterior was covered with a thick shell that was like a battle armor. What was more shocking was that there were at least 100 centipede-like legs under its abdomen. Each leg emitted a strong poisonous gas. The soil under its feet immediately turned as black as ink. One look and one could tell that it was extremely poisonous. Commander-level centipede ant king. Even someone as calm as the Dark Prince couldn't help but change his expression. Everyone knew that even though insect beasts were the weakest of all magical beasts, no one would ever look down on them because they were the most numerous on the continent. After the insectoids evolved to a higher level, they would have more limbs. The more limbs they had, the higher the insectoid's age and cultivation base would be. This beast tide came suddenly without any warning. The Dark Prince originally suspected that there was an extremely powerful magical beast general behind the beast tide causing mischief. Just looking at the beast ants attack just now, it was a mess and he didn't see any high-level beast ants. Who would have thought that such a monster would emerge from the ground? The magical beasts in the boundless continent were divided into 9 levels from low to high. Above the 9 levels were commander-level magical beasts and general-level magical beasts. Perhaps only marquis or bishop-level magicians could kill such a monster. The level 3 or level 4 magical beasts that Yun Sheng had killed for practice earlier were at most level 5. In front of this level 9 centipede ant king, they were simply trash. The Dark Prince was already at the peak of the continent's younger generation, but he was only a marquis. Together with Yun Sheng, who was a magician, they still had to face thousands of centipede ants. The two of them together were not enough to fill the gaps between this commander-level magical beast general's teeth. Seeing the appearance of the commander-level magical beast, the Dark Prince knew that things were not looking good for him today. The centipede ant broke out of the ground. It smelled the burnt smell of the ant soldiers' corpses around it and flew into a rage. It raised its head that was the size of a puppy and sprayed a ball of venom at Yun Sheng in the sky. The venom was fishy and sticky, and its speed was as fast as an arrow. Yun Sheng dodged and the sticky liquid stained the wings of wind on her back. The wings of wind on Yun Sheng's body were already incomplete. Once the magic elements dissipated, she fell and was about to fall into the centipede ant king's mouth. Her body abruptly stopped falling and a tall figure appeared beside her. The Dark Prince furrowed his thick brows and grabbed Yun Sheng's collar. Yun Sheng and the Dark Prince communicated silently with their eyes and saw the disgust in each other's eyes. Almost at the same time, the two of them snorted and turned their heads away. Even though the Dark Prince didn't like Yun Sheng, he didn't shake her off because he had, silently, promised Divine Wind that he would take care of Yun Sheng. The centipede ant king became even more enraged when it didn't hit its target. It let out a strange cry as though it was blowing the horn of war. The ant beasts that heard the commotion instantly flared up. They launched a fierce attack at the people closest to them, Yun Sheng and the Dark Prince. The flying ants swarmed over like a flood. Yun Sheng's scalp was about to explode when he saw the beast ants rushing over. The Dark Prince didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex and picked up Yun Sheng and ran in the opposite direction of Mkdaoi with the fastest speed in his life. Wu Ho's leg strength was much faster than these ant beasts. But since it was extreme speed, it meant that it was exchanged with explosive qi. It was destined that it wouldn't last for long. The Dark Prince was already very impressive. While he was carrying Yunsheng, he had been running at the speed limit for nearly an hour, maintaining an astonishing running speed that modern people would not be able to comprehend. From the increasingly intense heaving of his chest, it could be seen that he was already quite tired. Damn it, what is the Divine Wind King dragging on for? The Dark Prince's legs were about to lose feeling. He could feel that his body had reached its limit. Behind him, the ant beasts had already been pulled apart. But a cloud of insects appeared in the sky. It turned out that the centipede ant king was following closely behind with a group of subordinates. Just as the Dark Prince was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he saw a deep blue lake on the mountain range not far away. Lake. The Dark Crown Prince, who was so tired that he didn't even want to take another step, lifted Yunsheng in his hand and threw her into the lake without any hesitation as though she was a rock. With a splash, Yunsheng sank into the water. The moment before she entered the water, she saw a ball of qi on the Dark Prince's body like a wild python coming out of its hole. Not long after the two of them fell into the water, the beast tide had already approached the lake. In front of the bottomless lake, the ant beasts didn't dare to move forward without permission. The Dark Prince stood beside the lake and the qi emitted from his body turned into a qi shield. He raised the qi shield and took a step forward, charging into the ant swarm. In Empress Citadel, the hunter branch was urgently mobilizing the entire city's forces. All hunters in Empress, listen to my orders. A sudden beast tide has been discovered 100 kilometers away from the citadel. According to the hunters who returned to the citadel, this is a beast ant tide with tens of thousands of ant beasts. All hunters, including the citizens, are not allowed to leave the citadel. Once the news of the beast tide of 10,000 ant beasts was announced, the entire citadel panicked. At this moment, the Divine Wind King, who brought back the news, was risking his life to charge out of the city. Chapter 173. Get out of the way, don't make me say it a second time. Divine Wind's handsome face was filled with anxiety. King, you can't leave the city. This subordinate just received news that the beast tide this time is likely to be caused by a commander-level magical beast general. Several guards of the immortal residence country stood by Divine Wind's side, unwilling to back down. When Divine Wind returned to the city and informed the Hunter branch about the situation of the beast tide, the Hunter branch immediately released several psychic cranes. Psychic cranes were a type of paper crane that had sound transmission magic and image magic drawn on it. They could detect the situation of the enemy from afar. According to the investigation of the magic paper crane, the beast tide was moving in the opposite direction of Daoi Mountain Guard City for some reason. Among the beast tide, they also discovered a commander-level poisonous beast general. It had been a long time since a commander-level magical beast had appeared on the continent. Although the elf race had magic, their physique was more afraid of poisonous beasts compared to humans. If it wasn't for them holding her back, Divine Wind would have already successfully escaped. At this time, her heart had already flown out of the city. A commander-level beast general, Divine Wind regretted. She shouldn't have left the little lowly outside. If something happened to her, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. King, you are the last successor of the Divine Wind clan. You can't ignore the continuation of the entire Wind Elven race for your own selfish reasons, General Ba-Tu bitterly advised. Ba-Tu, it's already too late, Divine Wind's face was filled with helplessness. Her light green eyes revealed an incomprehensible emotion. When I left the immortal residence this time, the high priest said that I would meet the person who made me stop. I think I have already met him. Wind elves were the most restless and the most unstable of all elves. But even if they were as willful as the wind, once they found the person who made them stop, they would always guard by their side. If that person died, then Divine Wind would also lose its life. Divine Wind's figure flashed and disappeared. General Ba-Tu was furious. After a while, he helplessly waved his hand, indicating the people of the immortal residence to immediately leave the city and search for the whereabouts of the Divine Wind King. Beside the lake, the battle between the Dark Prince and the hundred-legged Ant General had also reached its climax. The Dark Prince held the battle chi shield in his hand and was like a war god. He was unstoppable. The battle chi shield in his hand blocked the flying ants from all directions. Countless flying ants crashed into the battle chi shield, causing their heads to bleed. The ground was soon filled with the corpses of the beast ants. Facing the heavy casualties of his subordinates, the centipede ant general was so angry that he ground his teeth. The hundreds of strange legs under him wriggled and moved nimbly on the battlefield, accurately dodging the Dark Prince's attacks time and time again. It spat out several streams of venom from its mouth, and when the venom touched the Do Chi shield, the corner of the shield immediately melted. What a powerful venom! It had already melted the wings of wind formed by the magical elements earlier on. Who would have thought that it would be equally effective on the combat aura shield formed by the combat aura? The Dark Prince's combat aura shield was quickly shattered by the venom. With the shield broken, the surrounding flying ants came back and wave after wave of attacks pressed towards Duguxiu. At this moment, another ball of venom was sprayed on Duguxiu's leg. A heart-piercing and corrosive pain swept over him. Duguxiu staggered and his vision became blurry. The venom of the hundred-legged ant general was much more powerful than he had imagined. Duguxiu wasn't someone who was fond of fighting. He knew that he was poisoned and hurriedly sealed a few major acupoints on his chest to prevent the venom from spreading. He then jumped into the lake behind him and his tall body sank into the water. The ice-cold lake water swallowed his consciousness. The moment before he lost consciousness, Duguxiu felt someone supporting his body and quickly dived into the water. His life was saved. This was Duguxiu's first reaction when he woke up. Before he could savor the feeling of surviving a calamity, Duguxiu saw a pair of indifferent eyes. A pair of eyes that were as bright as the morning stars. The one who was sizing him up was the female mage that the Divine Wind King left behind. Her appearance wasn't outstanding, but looking at her up close, she had a pair of eyes that left a deep impression. The Dark Prince couldn't help but feel wronged for that pair of eyes. In comparison, Yunsheng's appearance was too ordinary. There were plenty of girls like her around the Dark Prince. Scram! When he realized that Yunsheng was checking his wound, Duguxiu fiercely reprimanded her. But the moment he opened his mouth, he felt a pain in his leg. When he looked at his thigh, his wound had already rotted. The venom of the hundred-legged ant general was extremely poisonous. It was like concentrated sulfuric acid and corroded a large wound on Duguxiu's leg. "You're injured and need treatment." Yunsheng spoke with the tone of a doctor. Her gaze warned the Dark Prince not to move. The venom of the hundred-legged ant general was very special. Yunsheng had checked it just now and it even carried a portion of the power of darkness. The Dark Prince was a martial artist and had a very strong physique. But after being contaminated by the dark magic element, his body couldn't recover in a short period of time. If this dragged on for a long time, his body would rot bit by bit until he died. Yunsheng took out the datura juice and planned to anesthetize the Dark Prince. However, the other party swept away the medicine bottle in her hand and knocked it over. "Don't pretend to be benevolent. I won't use your medicine." The Dark Prince was very vigilant. He wasn't willing to use any of Yunsheng's medicine. 1 hour, at most 1 hour, and your left leg will rot completely. Half an hour later, your lower body will be completely paralyzed. After 1 day, no one in the world can save you, Yunsheng said firmly. The Dark Prince hesitated. Although he didn't know much about beast poison, the venom on his leg was very powerful. At this moment, he couldn't feel the pain in his leg. He was heading to Mount Dao alone. His subordinates and accompanying imperial physicians were all hundreds of miles away. The only person who could save him was this female mage of unknown origin. The Dark Prince didn't say anything. Yunsheng squatted down again and tore open the pants on his leg. This time, the Dark Prince didn't dodge. The Dark Prince's face twitched violently. Yunsheng lowered her head. There was a strange knife in her hand. When the Dark Prince saw that knife, he immediately recognized it. It was the knife he saw in the magic scroll that cut off Black Four's wrist. It's her. The Dark Prince recognized Yunsheng. She was the child hunter known as Bloody Loli. It was no wonder Divine Wind called her Little Loli just now. The Dark Prince raised his hand. Yunsheng was fully focused on cutting off the rotten flesh on the Dark Prince's wound. She didn't notice the changes in the Dark Prince's expression and mentality. With a jerk of his hand, Yunsheng's knife slid across the rotten flesh like a butterfly shuttle. The pain rushed to his head. Even a tough guy like the Dark Prince couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Bear with it. It won't hurt anymore soon. Yunsheng subconsciously used the tone of a doctor to a patient. Her voice was very gentle, completely different from her tough tone from before. Somewhere in the Dark Prince's heart was touched and his heartstrings were gently plucked. Chapter 174. While he was hesitating, Yunsheng had already cleaned up all of his poisonous flesh. After sprinkling some hemostatic agent to stop the bleeding, Yunsheng started the last step of the treatment, which was to use the Four Seasons glass needle to sew up the wound. Yunsheng didn't even raise her head and immediately took out the glass needle. Both her hands worked at the same time and the needle nimbly pierced through the skin, quickly sewing up the wound. This Dark Crown Prince was a tough guy. He didn't even let out a groan despite the pain. When the last needle was sewn, Yunsheng was already drenched in sweat. She had gone through several dangerous situations today and used a large amount of flame explosion magic. Her physical strength was greatly depleted. Right now, she only wanted to quickly end this treatment and meditate on the spot to adjust her breathing. Yunsheng subconsciously raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Who knew that her neck would suddenly hurt? Her tender neck was already grabbed by the Dark Crown Prince's right hand. He was like an eagle pouncing on its prey as he lifted Yunsheng up. The two of them had just climbed out of the lake and their bodies were drenched. Duguxiu strangled Yunsheng with astonishing strength. His wet hair hung down to his chest and he looked wild and dangerous. Duguxiu's left hand touched Yunsheng's ear. Yunsheng's disguise magic had already lost its effect after several hours. Right now, the only thing maintaining her disguise was the illusion earring on her ear. Duguxiu's slightly rough hand slid past Yunsheng's earlobe, accurately touching the illusion earring. The earring cracked with a sound. Yunsheng's face was also exposed in front of him. When he saw Yunsheng's face, Duguxiu was stunned for a moment. No wonder Divine Wind would call her Little Loli. It was a very young face. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Her eyebrows weren't fully developed, but it couldn't hide her beautiful facial features. Her face was white, but it was not the sickly white of the weak and delicate imperial concubines in the later Qin palace. Instead, it was a clean, healthy, and tender white. There was a hint of pink in the whiteness that made people want to take a bite. Yunsheng's fair skin was due to the fact that she had been cultivating the jade marrow technique all year round. The impurities in her body had been eliminated, and her entire body was sparkling and translucent. She had a delicate and high nose bridge and a small mouth that looked like a newly born stamen. She looked very full. This face was very compatible with her eyes. In that instant, a thought flashed through Duguxiu's mind. This little girl in front of him was truly worthy of the words flawless jade. She was exquisite and translucent, just like a flawless piece of white jade. It gave people the urge to hide her away. He was the Grand Crown Prince of later Qin. How could he have such filthy thoughts about a little girl who hadn't grown up yet? However, in the next moment, Duguxiu regained his composure because he noticed the light in Yunsheng's eyes. Even in such a dangerous situation, there wasn't any unnecessary fear in her eyes. Duguxiu looked at his wound again. More than half of the poison had been removed. It had to be said that Yun Sheng's medical skills were very exquisite. Her stitches were complete and she wasn't inferior to the imperial physicians in the later Qin palace. Yun Sheng, who was being choked by the neck, didn't reveal any panic. She suddenly smiled. She held the needle and pierced it toward the Dark Crown Prince's eyes. The latter reflexively wanted to block it. However, Yun Sheng's elbow was like a spiritual fire. She turned and changed direction, smashing it on the Dark Crown Prince's stitched-up wound without any hesitation. The wound was quickly torn open and blood splattered out like rain. Almost at the same time, Yun Sheng's petite figure moved forward. It was as if she was throwing herself into the Dark Crown Prince's arms. Looking from afar, their current posture was very ambiguous. It was as if a man and a woman were hugging each other intimately. In addition, their clothes were wet. Through their clothes, they could feel the pressing heat emitted from each other's bodies. However, along with the heat came waves of murderous intent that made one tremble in fear. Yun Sheng's hand and needle were less than an inch away from the Dark Crown Prince's eyeballs. The Dark Crown Prince's hand was still choking Yun Sheng's neck. As long as Yun Sheng's needle was an inch closer, the Dark Crown Prince would shatter Yun Sheng's throat. At the same time, as long as the Dark Crown Prince's hand dared to move, Yun Sheng's needle would pierce his eyeballs. Her killing intent wasn't inferior to others. The Dark Crown Prince couldn't help but feel apprehensive. You've already lost. At most, I'll be blind in one eye. But you're going to lose your life. The Dark Crown Prince was indeed experienced. Blood flowed like a river under his body. Despite the danger before him, he still straightened his back with a proud expression. Unless this man was really daring, he was arrogant to the bone. Even at a time like this, he still had to put on a strong front. However, no matter how arrogant he was, it was useless. Because the person he met was her. You're wrong. You're the one who lost. 1, 2, 3. Before Yun Sheng could finish counting, the Dark Crown Prince's body swayed. He felt his vision turning blurry. The hand that was choking Yun Sheng's neck loosened and he fell back in a daze. After the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Yun Sheng put away the bone needle. What a strong bull. I wasted 10 times the amount of anesthetic before I could knock him out. Yun Sheng felt her heart ache. The Dark Crown Prince refused to use anesthetic no matter what. However, Yun Sheng took the chance when he wasn't paying attention and smeared a large amount of mandala juice on the 4 Seasons glazed needle used for suturing. This amount was 10 times more than the last time when she anesthetized Yi Baiming. Once the Dark Crown Prince fainted, Yun Sheng could do whatever she wanted to him. After a round of looting, Yun Sheng found an anonymous limitless red gold coin card on him. Later Qin's national power wasn't bad. As the crown prince of a country, the Dark Crown Prince naturally had a lot of money on him. He even had a storage ring on him. Since the puffed egg could break the magic barrier, she didn't hesitate to take the storage ring. After a round of looting, Yun Sheng rolled her eyes. She didn't have a good impression of the Dark Crown Prince. Under the Dark Crown Prince's orders, the Dark Guard hunting team killed so many hunters on Mount Daoi. She should have slit his throat. But when she thought of how he saved her from the centipede and king, she couldn't help but feel guilty. The death penalty could be avoided, but it was difficult to be punished. Looking at the man's well-built body, Yun Sheng smiled evilly. When Duguxiu woke up, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. He realized that all his clothes had been stripped off, leaving only his underwear. His limbs were twisted together by water magic and thrown on a road leading to Mount Daoi. Not far in front of him, there was a line of words that he would never forget. Duguxiu, I've stitched up your leg again. I'll use your pure gold coin card to cover the cost of the 2 stitches. The water binding magic will lose its effect in about 2 hours. At the end of the message, he didn't forget to add the words, Zhou states Yen Yun. Yen Yun. This crown prince won't let you off. Du Guxiu's angry voice reverberated through the forest. In just a day, Yin easily replaced the divine Wind King and became the first person that the Dark Crown Prince of later Qin, Du Guxiu, vowed to hunt down. Somewhere in the forest, Yun Sheng had clearly heard the man's beast-like roar. She shrugged her shoulders indifferently. A dog that barks doesn't bite. In any case, we won't have any contact with each other. See you never, Du Guxiu. Yun Sheng continued to walk forward and a slope appeared in front of her. When she saw the slope, Yun Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. A bright light flashed through her ink-black eyes. Chapter 175. This slope was discovered by Yun Sheng when she swam to the opposite shore after being thrown into the water by Du Guxiu. After Yun Sheng was thrown into the lake, she cursed Du Guxiu 100 times in her heart. However, when she climbed out of the lake, she found that there was a dense forest on the opposite shore. When the beast tide attacked, the forest near the mountain was destroyed. However, the forest in front of her was lush and green, without any signs of damage. This made Yun Sheng feel that it was strange. Why didn't the beast tide attack this place? According to the records of the continent's ancient books, every large-scale beast tide, especially when there were more than 10,000 beast tides, was due to war or natural phenomena. However, the beast tide that Mount Daoi was facing this time was completely different from the previous ones. Divine Wind had already returned to the Acropolis to call for reinforcements. However, relying on the small Mount Daoi to repel the centipede ant general and thousands of beast ants was not easy. Yun Sheng's experience as a doctor in her previous life told her that she had to find the cause of the beast tide to treat illnesses. She also had to find the cause of this beast tide. Just as Yun Sheng was about to enter this unusual forest to explore, Du Guxiu, who had been stung by the centipede ant general's venom, was washed over by the flowing water. Yun Sheng had no choice but to save him first. As a result, the scene of the two fighting to the death occurred. While treating Du Guxiu, Yun Sheng discovered that there were dark magic elements on the stinging wounds of the centipede ant general. This magic element was the same as the dark magic element on the disguise magic scroll that she had obtained earlier. This reminded Yun Sheng that the disguise magic scroll and the centipede ant general most likely came from the same place. Yun Sheng boldly speculated that when the gravediggers led by the man discovered the tomb, they might have unintentionally unlocked some kind of restriction in the magician's tomb. The centipede ant general, which had never appeared near Mount Daoi, reappeared in the world and caused this terrifying disaster. Right now, Yun Sheng wanted to find that tomb. After walking through a thorny forest, Yun Sheng found several waist-thick tree stumps near the mountainside. There were still traces of human cutting on the tree stump. From the looks of it, it should have been cut down in the last 10 days, around the same time as when Yun Sheng bought the disguise scroll. After taking a few more steps forward, Yun Sheng found that there were 5 or 6 holes in the ground. The hole was about a meter long and half a meter wide. It was very deep, and there were traces of dirt being shoveled at the entrance. All the holes were the same. Yun Sheng suspected that these were the deep holes dug by the gravediggers. Summoning Bobo, Yun Sheng ordered it to fly to the bottom of the deep hole to see what was going on. "Dear Master, Poppy doesn't want to go into the dark cave alone. Poppy wants to go with you." Puffed Egg proudly flew around Yun Sheng like a wasp. Yun Sheng was not in a good mood. "I've never seen such a timid beast like you. You have wings, but I don't. The depth of the hole is unpredictable. Without wings, you will fall to your death if you don't stop." "Who said that?" "Poppy having wings means that Master has wings. We can combine. That's a new ability that Poppy recently learned in the Ling Long Beast Tower." Puffed Egg was so excited that its egg emitted a red light. With a whoosh, it drilled into Yun Sheng's body and disappeared. The red light enveloped Yun Sheng. Yunsheng only felt an itch on her shoulder blade. She touched it with her hand and found that there were 2 more granules on her back. The granules grew bigger and bigger, and finally a pair of wings grew out. The pair of wings were real wings. They were fluffy and white like a swan's. They were even more authentic than the pair of wings that Divine Wind had. Puffed Egg's voice echoed in her mind. "Dear Master, relax a little. Poppy will be in charge of flying. You will be in charge of checking the cave." After saying that, the wings on Yunsheng's back shook. Her body fluttered like a big bird and fell into one of the deep holes. A fireball ignited in Yunsheng's hand, and her body kept falling down. After falling for more than 100 meters, the darkness gradually faded. Yunsheng's feet finally touched the ground. As soon as she landed, Puffed Egg automatically separated from Yunsheng. Puffed Egg's first battle skill, fusion, was officially a success. Yunsheng discovered that Puffed Egg was different. It seemed that other summoners could only control beasts, but she had never heard of a beast that could directly fuse with a summoner. Puffed Egg must be a very special summoned beast. "Poppy, if I fuse with you, can I also inherit your other abilities?" Yunsheng's heart moved. Since she could fly with Puffed Egg when she fused with it, did that mean that she could also use other abilities of Puffed Egg, such as monstrous strength? Puffed Egg was ignorant. It was not particularly clear. Yunsheng planned to find an opportunity in the future to test it out. The fireball illuminated the surrounding environment. As Yunsheng expected, these deep holes were indeed left behind by gravediggers. However, Yunsheng looked around and found that this was not a tomb like she had thought. This place was more like a place where people lived in seclusion in the early years. There were pots and pans, as well as some simple tables and chairs. Unfortunately, these utensils had been weathered for a long time. Some of the more valuable things, such as the disguise magic scroll, had also been plundered by the gravediggers. Looking at the situation, there must have been a famous magician who lived in seclusion here. But for unknown reasons, the magician eventually died here. There were also footprints of a few people and obvious traces of crawling insects nearby. The tide of centipede ants had indeed crawled out from here. Yunsheng followed the footprints and kept going inside. At the end of the hole, there was a skeleton sitting. The belongings and clothes on the skeleton had all been stolen by the gravediggers. There was no suspected nest of centipede ants around. This magician, is he the one who invented the disguise magic? Yunsheng could not help but feel a touch of respect in her heart. He didn't know why he had died in the tomb for no reason, and it was still unknown for the time being. But since the disguise magic was also a big gift. According to the saying on the continent, the inheritor and the inventor of the unique magic were naturally master and disciple. As a junior, it was better for her to bury the remains of this nameless magician. After Yunsheng kowtowed a few times to the nameless magician, she removed the dust on the skeleton and used the earth thorns to dig a hole to bury the skeleton. A few earth thorns came down, the hard soil in the hole loosened, and a big hole was quickly dug. Just as Yunsheng was about to move the magician's skeleton to bury it, she found that under the skeleton, there was a sharp horn. The sharp horn was not a stone, but more like a box. Yunsheng's heart moved. After placing the skeleton in the hole, she dug down along the sharp horn. The sharp horn slowly revealed its full appearance. A shabby black jade box was revealed. Chapter 176. The dusty black jade box looked as if it had been buried under the ground for many years. Black jade was originally a kind of precious magic crystal. This kind of crystal was mostly used to preserve precious items to prevent the magical properties or medicinal effects of the items from losing their effectiveness. This piece of black jade was perfectly cut, and its surface was emitting a cold air. It looked very precious. As the nameless sorcerer was sitting below, on the boundless continent, desecrating a sorcerer's corpse could lead to a magic curse. This was also the reason why the group of gravediggers did not dare to move the sorcerer's corpse. If Yun Xing did not have the intention to bury the nameless sorcerer, she would not have given out this box made of black jade. There were still some traces of the magic array on the black jade box, but as it had been too long, the magic array had already lost its effectiveness. Yun Xing braced herself and opened the box. This is... Even if it was Yun Xing, when she opened the box and saw what was inside, her hands still trembled and she almost threw the box out of her hands. But in the next moment, Yun Xing's mind appeared a scene. On the boundless wasteland, a red-robed summoner raised his right hand. In an instant, the sky was filled with the roar of an angry dragon and hundreds of phoenixes. An army of countless magical beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. The roar of the magical beasts changed the color of the sky. The illusion disappeared, and Yun Xing's gaze stopped on the opened box. There was actually a hand in the box. A right hand. To be exact, it was a right hand that had been air-dried. The skin was as dry as chicken skin, and the flesh had long dried up. It was a hand that looked like an eagle's claw. Although it had long been air-dried to the point that only skin and bones were left, but from the perspective of a professional doctor, Yun Xing could see that this hand was well preserved. Even the pores on the hand could be seen clearly. On the middle finger of this hand, there was a huge square summoning ring. As a summoner, Yun Xing would not have overlooked this ring. From a beast speaker to a beast summoner, all the way to the highest level of a summoner, the one and only existence in the Zhao state, the Emperor Zhao in Red's ruby imperial ring. Yun Xing's hands started to tremble unconsciously. Her heart was beating very fast. The black jade box in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Teacher Mei Li's words were still ringing in his ears. 8 Barons' divine artifact. Who would have thought that in this inconspicuous gravedigger's cave, there was an artifact that all the summoners in the world would go crazy for? It was the hand of the first Emperor Zhao, the hand of summoning. According to the legends, the hand of summoning was made from the right hand of the first Emperor Zhao. Possessing it was equivalent to possessing the power of a legendary summoner. Legend had it that this amazing summoning emperor had once sealed the most powerful magic beast of the 8 barren lands. The summoning demon hand was still lying quietly in the box. It was unknown how this magical hand ended up in this desolate cave. Yun Xing took a deep breath and sorted out her chaotic thoughts. In the illusion just now, she also learned that the summoned magic beast had an incredible summoning power. Using it, one could contract or subdue a magic beast that was much higher than the summoner's own level. The heavens are really helping me. I was just worried that I couldn't find a way to eliminate the white-legged ant general. With this magic hand, the problem will be solved. Yun Xing no longer hesitated. She put the black jade box back into the beast speaker ring and immediately left the secret cave. In order to prevent any more gravediggers from disturbing this cave, Yun Xing used earth spikes to completely collapse the cave before she left. From now on, no one would ever find out that there was a nameless legendary magician here. After meditating for a while, when she left the cave, Yun Xing immediately used disguise magic to disguise her true appearance. This time, she used magic to disguise herself as an old man. Yun Xing once again merged with the puffed egg and flew all the way to Daoi Mountain City. Daoi Mountain City was now surrounded by the beast tide. The soldiers were at the city gates. Hundreds of thousands of beast ants, in addition to the terrifying commander-level 100-legged ant general, surrounded Daoi Mountain in layers. The wide ground was covered with all kinds of beast ants. The flying ants fought to fly up the city walls and launched wave after wave of attacks at the citadel. The Hunter Association deployed a large number of people. The magicians used fire and water magic, and the warriors killed the beast ants together. But in the face of the endless swarm of ants, there was only so much they could do. From day to night, the hunters were busy running around. Some of the timid citizens did not listen to the Hunter Association's arrangements and forced their way out. But before they could leave the city gates for 15 minutes, they were devoured by the hungry beast ants. At dawn, there were many skeletons outside the city gates. There were both human and beast skeletons. Huang Tang and the other two also joined in the defense of the citadel. Looking at the piles of skeletons outside the city gates, the three of them felt like they had a nightmare. But no one knew when they would wake up from this nightmare. Boss, little Sheng is still missing. Wenren Xiu waved the soft sword in her hand. With one slash, she decapitated the ferocious beast ant. I heard from the elf magician at the immortal residence that little Sheng is outside the city. She won't be in danger for now. Feng Kuo hoped that Yun Sheng had gone far away. This time, even he did not know if he could leave Daoi Mountain City alive. The B-grade hunting team had not even warmed up their reputation yet, and they were about to die under the beast tide. Furthermore, they were being surrounded by a group of ants. Feng Kuo roared angrily. He swept out a few leg shadows and smashed a city stone full of beast ants into pieces. Boss, look at the city gates. What the hell is that? Wenren Xiu and Feng Kuo both looked in the direction of the city gates when they heard Mu Nanyan, who had always been bold, change her tone. When they saw it, their faces changed. The city gates of Daoi Mountain City had been closed when the beast tide was discovered. The city gates were made of thousands of pounds of molten iron and hard diamond sand. They were extremely hard and did not fear any weapons. There were also several defensive magic arrays on the city gates. It should be said that they were impregnable. But just now, there was a strange movement underground. A ferocious ant king with 100 feet broke out of the ground. It spat out venom. The venom touched the city gates and greatly weakened the magic arrays on the city gates. Once the magic arrays were weakened, the centipede ant king led a group of beast ants and flying ants to gnaw on the city gates. The sturdy city gates were gradually loosening. A hole appeared on the city gates, and the hole was getting bigger and bigger. Quick! Guard the city gates. If the beast tide enters the city, no one will be able to escape today. The elder of the hunting team commanded the hunters to guard the city gates, waiting for the final attack. The city was in chaos. The frightened merchants and people fled in all directions. The situation in the city was even more chaotic. Boom! With a loud sound, the city gates that weighed thousands of pounds finally could not withstand the continuous attacks of the beast tide. With a muffled sound, the city gates collapsed. The tide-like beast tide crazily poured into the city. Go! Capture the leader first. Kill the centipede ant general. The hunters swarmed forward. When they saw the outside of the city gates, there was no sign of the centipede ant general. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.